Titles are hard. I've literally used that title. I have literally used the title, titles are hard. Word for word verbatim, I have used that title. Also, you're not too tired to type, as before? Yeah. So, we are going to be checking out some more Farming Simulator. For those who have missed out, we've been doing a 0 to Hero. I should probably put that in the title. 0 to Hero continues. So very much rice. There we go. We've been doing a 0 to Hero run in Farming Simulator. Can I actually click in? Yes. And now let me turn on my music again. We're trying a new playlist tonight. So if it does seem like it's a lot different, that's because it's a lot different. I've been trying to bounce around the playlist a little bit. Yeah, so where we left off, we did expand quite a bit. Oh, the goal list. Thank you for the heads up. That is way heavier music than I remember having this earlier. It's supposed to be... Alright, we're going to what... Let's just go to the lo-fi list. There we go. There we go. You have Hero? I've deliberately left typos before as a meme to get people to click. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Alright, so anyways, actually what we've been doing... So we did just plant our rice. For those who missed the last stream, we do have the rice, the 3 fields we've had here before. Just like last time, so I got that field, I got this field, and the one down there. But we have made an addition. You'll notice there's a lot of buildings up here. That's because we wanted to make our grandpa proud, and we said, hey, grandpa, let me go ahead and buy that land you're living on. You know, take your farm under my wing, and then we immediately evicted everyone in the neighborhood that I was allowed to. So grandpa's still here, and whoever that is that I've never introduced myself is still here, but everyone else lost their homes. And then we got our nice field here, which is our largest field. It's about twice as big as the next biggest field, just slightly under twice as big. But we did clear that out. It also gave us access to a medium-sized mushroom greenhouse. We did delete the buildings here to give ourselves more space for equipment and whatever else we decide to do for it. You'll probably also notice we are heckin' broke. That's what we are. We are heckin' broke. And I don't think we have much in the way of contracts right now I want to do. I mean... Yeah, not really. Like, those contracts are all fine. But let's see. So we planted. And since the last time I played, I've been working on stuff for some videos for on the YouTube recorded and edited side, and doing a bunch of calculations. And I did a bunch of tests to figure out what crops were the best and which ones are the worst and all that kind of stuff. And I have had some pretty interesting results. Okay, so you're up here. And you needed 6 pallets of wood beams. So, let's see if I can make the wood beams happen, because I probably have 1 pallet back at the house that I can sell for a little bit of money. There's also the possibility that I could get a couple $1,000. Or what I could probably realistically do. Let's just go back to our house with the tractor, because one other thing I did is I turned off the auto selling, and I did give out 2 keys last stream. I don't have any keys to give out this stream. I do have one of the objectives I finished that I'm still waiting on the key to come out. It's like, I've already submitted everything, it's just pending on me getting it. And then we have the 2 objectives up there, the $1 million and build the temple. One discovery I did make is I told everyone, like, oh yeah, we can get 2 more keys of that. We can get 3. The temple is actually 2 keys for the game it gives me, not just 1 to give out. Which makes sense, because I haven't been able to confirm it, but I have had someone tell me that the temple is actually like 20 phases, of which we're on phase, I think, 11? I don't know if that's accurate or not, like... You know, the person who said it had also gotten it secondhand, so who knows what the truth is there. They could have gotten bad information and passed it on. They may have had bad information themselves. Who knows? One good thing, though, is, at this stage, even while that's happening, we are making a lot of money doing other stuff. But some of the things we're going to be working on is expanding stuff on. Let me also check sales. Actually pretty okay sales, but nothing I can afford or make happen today. So I've been doing a lot of math around the different crops and what performs better than what. One thing I have heard that is kind of a big disappointment is canola is one of the worst performing crops this year, for this version. I think it was third or fourth lowest profit rate crop. It's still profitable, with olives and grapes being the absolute worst by a margin, which is a bummer. For as laborious as those are, they really should pay more. Because, like, a lot of people don't enjoy them. They're a lot of work. And it's my opinion, if a crop is a lot of work, I don't care what reality dictates it should be. Just for video game reasons, give it a little bumpy bump. And by the math I did, the crop that performed the best, ooh, what was it? I think potatoes were second best. It may have been red beets? No, sugar beets. Sugar beets was the best. Next patch, grapes are like 5,000 per liter. I probably still wouldn't do them, but it would be better. Yeah, I think it was red beets was the... Sorry. The sugar beets, I believe, were the best. Potatoes were next, and spinach was third, from what I remember. And then the bottom was grapes, olives, and then I believe canola. The sorghum was also pretty low, which is pretty sad. And then, like, almost all the other grains were like a 5-way tie where they're within 100 of each other for a harvest, so... You know, at that point, there's so many things that can vary that it's just irrelevant to compare them. Alright, so you're gonna bring this here. And I'm not gonna fuss with all this. We're gonna go ahead and just advance a day. Right, because we already put a lot of time in this in-game day because we were growing, or we were seeding all of our rice. So we can advance our day. And we're hoping for better contracts. But yeah, because apparently there's a really cool thing about spinach in this game is you can harvest it twice per season. Is the magic of the spinach. Aren't the rice quite a lot of effort to grow and harvest? Yes, that was my exact thing, is the grapes and the olives are some of the most annoying to deal with so far as the labor for them. And for them to also be one of the lowest paying ones is pretty upsetting. Okay, so what we failed in the past is we're apparently supposed to flood these for the next 2 months after harvest. So we flooded them in April, we're going to flood them in May, and we're going to flood them in June. And the game does tell you just got to go through like their Wikipedia thing and go through that whole bit of information. And that should give us a better yield. And then we're putting them in here for rice rolls. My assumption of what we should be able to do with this is, if I remember correctly, with our preserve factory, I want to say the rice or the noodle soup. I'm wondering with the noodle soup and all that, if it makes sense to take the rice, make it into flour, then make the flour into the noodle soup. And if that counts as like the 3 different stages for it, that actually makes pretty decent money. I don't know if it does, but that would be my hope. So we go ahead and get those fields flooding. And then the next thing I'm going to go ahead and do is we are going to see what contracts are available to see what stuff is worth dumping a worker on, what stuff I can knock out real quick myself. Okay, so first off, any sales that I cannot live without. I mean, what are you? Yes, this is a weeder. Then we got a big plow, we've got some headers and all that. None of these are going to be things I'm going to buy right now. speaking of harvest, all the fields around here are recently harvested, and the deer are everywhere from it when it gets dark. Oh yeah, because there's just basically stuff for them to eat anywhere and everywhere they walk. So they just think it's the greatest time in the world. Okay, so contracts. So we still have the weeding contract. It still looks like basically the same contracts we had the last round. Which is a little bit of a bummer, but that's okay. So what I'm going to go ahead and do first is let's grab our truck, which I don't know why I dumped it in the middle of the field here, but that apparently happened. Let's load it up on whatever I've got here, because none of those contracts were particularly great. Oh, right, because we're in the planting season, not the harvest season. It's a harvest season where you have like contracts left and right to knock out. Okay, so we can run over here real fast. We're going to load it up with everything we can, and we're going to go and sell what we can. And I did not look to see what the mod situation was today, if we've got any new mods going on. Now, the one thing I will need to be careful about is I can no longer go flying over this hill through the fields. Because now that we have this. Alright, so with all that, when it comes to our prices, I really wish there was ways to flag all this stuff and say, I am selling this, please give me this at the better price. So I've got the chili peppers. Those are the best in January. So all of the crops that come out of... Yeah, it looks like all of the crops that come out of the greenhouses, January is when we want to sell it. So we're going to leave the greenhouse crops alone. I will grab the wood stuff, though. And then we'll also check on the kimchi. So I got a stack of wood beams. Twitch broken for you, so you're watching on YouTube? Understood. Sorry that Twitch isn't working for you. That sounds expensive. Let's see, you call one of your uncles a deer magnet because he hit like 8 deer in 6 months of each other? That is... There's a certain point where you're like, just drive slower. Like, high beams, just drive slower. Because it's not like you hit a deer and it's minor damage to your car. Deer is not a small animal. I am finding more and more with this that when I grab those and I have to like stick it off the back like that, it won't play nice with the item in the front. I don't really know what your problem is. Okay. If it doesn't fit, force it. You can do that kind of. Like, genuinely in the game you can do that kind of. There's also a lot of that where you just really can't do it. Yeah, so my hope is I could sell enough of these and do enough contracts to get the beams all squared away for this phase of the temple and just keep the temple rolling. Okay, so I've got the long planks. Which will be interesting here. Alright, so let's strap those down real quick. Yes, I actually got a decent amount in there. Okay. I actually have no idea how the balance is going to be on this. How much wood did I have in that thing? Yeah, that's that tenuous wiggling back and forth. That's a sign of it's well secured. Everyone knows the more well secured your payload is, the more it wiggles as you try and deal with this. Is that more beams? That is more beams. That's perfect. That's that much less I have to buy. So this is good news, because it means I'll probably have enough just with this sail to the temple to be able to then run over and buy the last of the beams I need. Now, downside is I'm stacking this thing pretty high. Okay. And let's check real fast at what we've got on the production line for this. So sawmill. Okay, so sawmill has been emptied out. There's no more coming out of the sawmill. Alright, so we're selling this all to the temple. And let's stop cutting across that field, because the first time I bounce over that going there too fast and just smash into my own rice field and rip up my own crops, I'm gonna be pretty upset with myself. Now, this is a very, very, very poorly loaded truck. So let's be a little bit babying on our gas. But smashing through our own rice field would be funny content? Yes. And then I'd be like, oh, that was several $1,000s that just disappeared because I went smashing over it. Alright. But one of the things I think we'll spend her money on once we finish up with what we've got going on is I think we're going to start trying to fill out the basic equipment I need to do something other than rice. That way we can start trying to expand. Because like I said, I was doing numbers on the crops for a bunch of the other stuff for, like, you know, just trying to figure out a challenge video and how I wanted to approach it. But if I start going and getting like, okay, let's get like a really decent seeder, okay, let's get a really decent cultivator, which we actually have a decent cultivator. Okay, let's get a decent like weeder or something else I could deal with the weeds with, whether it's the weeder or the sprayer. Does that have bigger crops like corn? Yeah, there's corn. Yeah, now you've got like corn, wheat, barley, oats, sorghum, sunflowers, peas, green beans, spinach, olives, grapes, red beets, potatoes, sugar beets, carrots, parsnip. I'm trying to think. I'm missing a couple. The sunflower fields are pretty. Yeah, it's also interesting because my understanding with sunflowers is you harvest them when they start to wilt. So you let the sunflower look all big and pretty and all that, and the moment it starts to wilt, you hack it down, you take all the seeds out of it. Sugarcane, that's another one that's in there. Sugarcane's in here. Sugarcane is another one of those crops that's a little bit of a pain to deal with. But I want to say it's a fairly lucrative crop in this game versus the olives and grapes are terrible. It's just, it's a bit of a pain to deal with, so I think it's like 5th or 6th or something from the numbers I was testing. Which, if you're wondering how I tested it, I took a field and I just went 1 year, grew a crop, next year, grew the next crop, next year, grew the next crop, so it was the exact same field. Every single year I went in and made sure, you know, it was harvested up to 100%, did the whole thing, even rolled it, limed it, the whole shebang. I plowed it instead of cultivating it to make sure all that was there, so there's no risk of weeds and yada yada. Alright, so it's 12,000. And that means... Okay, so actually it looks like I only need, we'll say 3 pallets. So it looks like I only need 3 pallets of beams. Now 3 pallets of beams, we should be able to get that stage knocked out. So it seems like that was a relatively small and cheap stage, which I'm hoping for lots of those. The only downside is then having to drive my tractor across the entire map to go do the pickup. Which, this is where if I wasn't playing on the hard economy, I would probably buy a forklift and leave it at the warehouse, and then have my tractor back at home to do all the things I need the tractor for. Yeah, so what we're gonna try and do is get our equipment to be able to do more contracts without leasing. But the purpose of that is going to be to get the equipment I need for running my own farm for more than just the rice. Because I imagine even if I kept going for the rice, I probably have like one more decent sized rice field we would make, and then after that point would start probably pushing what I can make in the greenhouse saplings. And I might even do that as we're building up other stuff. Because I might take the approach of trying to snag equipment on sale until we're down to like just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment left I need. Alright, so let's go over here. Wood beams. Let's see, is crops like grapes not worth it because of the labor or time to harvest? Basically, the math I've been doing around it is entirely not counting like AI driver. It's what is your expenses going into it, like how much seeds, how much fertilizer, how much lime, all that kind of stuff. The cost of doing a field per year, and then taking away the cost, or like, and then, you know, doing the amount of revenue you generate with that area, and just, you know, taking the difference, and that's selling at peak market, by the way. And so it's just, unfortunately, you get very low yield from the olives and the grapes. And so because you're getting so little quantity of olives and grapes versus the price they make, while their expenses, not count, like, if you count the initial investment of setting it up, it's ridiculously expensive. It's like, for a small field, it's like 200 something thousand to put up the orchard, but it's a one-time expense. But just the regular setting it up and doing it all, it just, unfortunately, that's counting fuel as well. It just ends up being a thing, you just don't get enough crop to make it worthwhile. Because that's a pain point you end up with a lot of the crops that don't pay well. Is a lot of the crops that you don't make enough money, the thing that hurts them is the low yield that they have. There are one or two that are weirdly expensive to do, like they just have a very high seed amount and that. But most of the time it is just unfortunately that you do a whole field and like one crop you'll get like 12,000 liters of stuff. But then the other side of it, you'll have another crop and you only get like 3,000 liters. And so it doesn't even matter if the 3,000 liters is paying twice as much, that's still only half as much. In real life, grapes are very expensive to grow. Yeah, no, that's fine for them to be very expensive to grow. It's just for in-game mechanics, because you make so little money off of them, it's just not worth it. And then in-game mechanics, they're also one of the more annoying crops to deal with. They're nowhere near as rough as root crop. Their issue actually isn't even a matter of being particularly laborious. Their issue is just you put down the orchard and you have to keep your vehicle like perfectly over them. And so it's really easy to get snagged on stuff and just waste a bunch of time working your way around it. If you plant grapes and you have to pay 40 or 50,000 over 4 years and won't even get a single dime for those years, yeah. You can imagine having to harvest by hand to increase the labor costs compared to using machine to harvest? Well, yeah, no, in Farm Sim you use a machine. It averages about 10K each year for maintenance. Yeah, no, it's very genuinely, the olives and grapes are pretty rough just all around. Unfortunately. Which that's those ones I'm like, hey, this is a video game, let's just shirk reality here for a moment and maybe make the grapes and olives pay a heck of a lot more. Or have a higher yield, or whatever. Even if someone's like, hey, wait a second, you don't get nearly that many grapes or olives off of an olive vine that long. I'm like, well, also, it's a video game. And if you're going to put that work in, you should at least get paid for it in the video game. Real life, them not being a very lucrative plant, whatever, who cares? That's for the actual farmers to worry about. But in video game logic, if you make a very laborious plant, and then you make it the least paying, it means literally no one does it. You might as well not have included it in your video game. It's one of those ones you grow and it just feels bad, man, if you didn't just do it because you wanted to grow everything. Which is fair, people do that. Like, I don't need it to be meta or anything. I don't need, like, all the crops to be equal in what they do or anything like that. It's just, it was such an extreme outlier for just being bad. It's just like, come on, man. Throw it a bone. Or, like, I could see it being one of those things that they could make up for it. Do something like have the grapes or olives, and that you can take the grapes or olives, and once you put in a production line, they just have, like, an unusually high return on investment for doing the production line. So, like, maybe the base grapes and olives raw are pretty terrible, but then you go and you put the olives in for oil production, and for whatever reason, the oil just sells for, like, 4 times as opposed to, like, 1.5. So it would still put it about average for a crop thing, which is still not amazing, but have a way to make it viable. Is the economy based in your server, all server? Oh, there's no economy in the sense of, like, if I turn every field into wheat, I do not believe it impacts the price of wheat. Your wheat just has a random up, well, not a random, They've got like an ebb and a flow that's built in, and then there will be some variation off of that. But there is no every player has been selling this crop has been devalued. I wish there was, to a certain degree, like still have like a hard limit on how high and low it can go. But I do wish there was like a global economy that like if every single player was like spinach is the most valuable, so every single player was doing spinach kind of thing, it would crash the price of spinach to a certain degree, enough that the other crops would start to go up, and then just the same, if a crop is being under-farmed, that it would artificially get inflated. So again, not enough that, like, it would just, like, you know, if everyone started growing spinach, literally you'd go bankrupt trying to grow spinach or anything. Still make it viable. Like I said, have limits on how high and low it can go. But just have it so stuff like, you know, carrots would suddenly, like, go up on price and be able to get pretty high. So that way the people who want to do the longer, more tedious crops get a reward for it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. You need limits on it, though. That's the catch. Because I know there's been plenty of games that have done those kinds of things. Not with, like, farming games or whatever, but there have been a bunch of games that have had, like, the players influence the economy kind of thing. But one of the things is they don't have kind of a hard cap up or down. You end up with, like, weird outliers, or people learn to manipulate the market such that something that people just don't do because it's just painful to do, that they can cause stuff to spike up and down. And we definitely don't want to get into that situation where people are just mechanically making everything act weird. But yeah, so like let's say if you have a crop and its normal in-game range right now is like 1,200 per 1,000 liters to 1,400 per 1,000 liters. Like that's the range it normally has. I could see expanding that to be like, okay, you can get down to 800, which is pretty low. You know, that's like 2/3 the normal price. But also have a cap that, you know, it could go up to like 1,800. And that, assuming all things equal, it should hover around the current prices anyways. But then, like, again, if literally no one's growing it at any meaningful capacity, it's like the least grown crop, it would kind of max out its price range. But on the other hand, if, like, everyone is growing it, it would start to bottom out. And it would still be a thing you can make money. You'd be like, oh, but that'd be annoying because I have to constantly switch crops. And, like, no, I don't think that'd be... And it'd also make it a feature you can turn on and off. But I don't even think that would be that big of an issue. It'd be just one of those things that it would reward you for not just growing one crop and exclusively one crop. If you grew like 3 or 4 types of crops, that would be enough to kind of keep you from having to worry about it. Because if one crop was lower, that's fine, you've got your others. I do think it would ultimately mean all of the crops that use the standard equipment would probably be the ones that get devalued. So sorghum, wheat, oats, barley... the long rice now, those would all be the ones that'd probably be devalued since people would buy that one equipment, get their 5-6 types of crops. And then the specialty crops are the ones that people tend to avoid more. Alright. So let's check with this temple. Okay. So I have 4,973 liters of wood beams in there, and it needed 3,973. I wanted to check the price on kimchi. I also want to check one or two things, because I've noticed some weirdness of the price in the past. So, like, if we look at example, we can go to one of our goods. So we have chili peppers. So supposedly the max price is $500. And then the minimum is $409. And right now we're in May, so we should be relatively low down there. But I'm still seeing that the restaurant's at 460 and these are going up and down. So I am finding these to be not as worth caring about. Like right now, I'm just kind of taking a peek. I really wish there was a way to sort these so I wouldn't have to go through them each time. So what I wanted to check, so you're 1500. So where is kimchi? Kimchi should be here. So kimchi's worth the most. In August, it's supposed to get up to... So weirdly, so kimchi is showing actually as higher than its expected highest price. So it's supposed to get up to 659. That's showing at 672 at the farmer's market. And I think that's because what it might be doing is showing the average it can get to per season or whatever. So let's go run back here. And I'm going to grab our goods. Let's actually check. What is kimchi's in January? Kimchi in January is at the lowest. But let's go ahead and grab the kimchi. Sell that for a little extra money. And then we can check out contracts and that kind of stuff. Because the more money we make per year, the more I can expand. So like, if we end up making, you know, over the next year, another $100,000 or so, that lets me buy like the next plot of land to expand our farm more. And like I said, I could see doing one more rice field, but like I said, after that, I think we'll start running into the problem where I could potentially run into problems where my greenhouse isn't making saplings fast enough. And while I don't imagine the saplings are like cost prohibitive for the rice, it is just one of those things that if I start going into that area, we could start running ourselves into trouble where I'd have to buy a bunch of my saplings each year, and that'd certainly cut into our profit margins. And then we'll look to see if there's any good contracts. If there's not any particularly great contracts, I'm going to ignore it. So this field's not mine. I don't care. But I do need to remember that field in front of me is now mine. This field right here is now mine, so I don't want to drive through it. We do have plenty of mushrooms there. Alright. It'd be nice to be able to just leave a forklift there. Sorry about that. The problem is I think forklifts cost like 40,000-50,000 at their absolute cheapest. We'll check on the way back because this one's a little bit slower than my truck. It's also those things with what we've been doing with the temple. The moment the temple's done, I don't have a reason to keep it there. That's part of the reason I haven't bought it, is it feels like it's a big spend for something I'm only going to be using there for a little while. Okay, so we go here. Where are you? I want to make sure I don't go in the river. Let's see, will the John Deere 2025 830 ever come to the default game store? We have no way of knowing. I also really, like, that's kind of the thing, is you don't know what vehicles are and are not going to show up unless they tease them or whatever. Usually I don't worry about anything because, honestly, I know very little about farming equipment. So when someone's like, oh man, it would be great if they had this piece of equipment, it's like, cool. It means nothing to me because I don't know any of the equipment. Like, and even if they told me it's like, ah, this piece of equipment's coming soon, I would forget the name of it because very genuinely I don't care. All right, so forklift, 55,000. Yeah, so we're looking at about 55,000 for the forklifts. But with it being a 2025, I have no idea. Like, I have no idea how up to date they get their equipment and all that. It's cool for people who are like really into farming and like keep up with all of the equipment and the names. That's just, to me, this is a video game. Like, if they were to replace all the branded equipment with not branded equipment, so instead of John Deere, we had like the John Green tractor, and instead of, you know, Husqvarna, they had the Husqvarna, brand or whatever. Instead of like Volvo, you had like Molov or something like that. I would genuinely, it would like literally make no difference to me whatsoever, one way or the other. I think it actually worked to my advantage because then stuff like the root crops equipment, they would be able to just shove some internal storage in there and not have to be holding and be like, but it's a misaccurate, it's not accurate representation. No one would be able to go, that's like, but it's not a real brand, so, aha. But yeah, it was like the fact that, like, having different ones. The latest, I don't even know what a 9RX is, that is, 800 horsepower. I don't know, an IH715. Quad track, I can guess. So, like, all those things you just said, none of those mean anything to me. And it's cool that you're in it. I'm like, don't let me yuck your yum or anything like that. But for me, I'm here to play a farming game. The brands and IPs all matching up mean nothing to me. Yeah, that'd be cool if they added. I don't know if they add that. So the thing is with a lot of these that they do get all sorts of deals they make with the various things. I have no idea the types of terms they get in there. Like, I don't know if John Deere very specifically really wants to be like, no, we really want you to show our latest product. Or if John Deere is, on the other hand, being like, no, we really want to be absolutely in control of all of the marketing of our latest product. You're not allowed to. I have no idea where any of that lands. And it's likely, in reality, probably different for each one. That what Volvo wants, what John Deere wants, and what the next one wants is all a little bit different. Which is half of what I imagine is a big pain for the devs of this game, is juggling all of those things. And then, pushing back when a company is being a little bit unreasonable, being like, hey, we'd really like this in, to have this in our game, but, like, what you're asking of us from a practicality standpoint, it's detrimental to our game, so, that's not something we're willing to accept. And a lot of times they might have no choice but to cave. I have no idea. I just know in the past when I've had to deal with stuff like that as the development side, there'll always be weird asks from the companies. And usually they have good reasons for those weird asks. But from the developer side of it, you're sitting there going, okay, so like this one I have to have available in multiple languages. This one, I can't have it near anything that's similar to this. That one only, like, does not want to ever be presented on a page that has this, their competitor on it. This one specifically does want to be on any page that has their competitor on it. And just going, oh my god, how am I supposed to manage all this? So let's sell the kimchi real fast, because it's a good day for selling it to the farmer's market. The Case IH715 is the largest tractor in the game right now. Gotcha. Yeah, no idea. One of the things is there's like a lot of the equipment they have in the game. In real life, there are even larger versions of that equipment. They just have not included that, which I think is more just a scale consideration. Like, if we got a harvester in this game that was... There's harvesters that are sometimes like twice as large as the ones presented in the game. I just think mechanically the way the game would work, it would become more frustrating than fun. Because those would be harvesters that you couldn't really move around on any of the roads. Because those are the kind of ones that usually probably don't even leave their property. That they go from where they're kept, they drive out to the field that's nearby, they do this gargantuan multiple 100-acre field, and then they go back to their garage for maintenance. And that is the entire existence of that harvester. Because it's just too dang big to do anything else worthwhile with it. But that's fine, it's a specialty purpose thing. It does its one task, and it does it extremely well. Okay, so an extra 2,500 bucks, 2,400 bucks for kimchi. So that's a little extra money. And drive this back. It appears we've got the black flicker back, which it's sad because it went away for a couple of streams. So it is making me curious. There's something like when the shaders are loading fresh, it works fine, but once they all get populated, something breaks. I don't know. I'm not an expert on shaders and all that kind of stuff. With all the dev I did, computer graphics so far as like 3D rendering and lighting and all that, none of that was in my wheelhouse. Most of my stuff was more in the back end. You know, data, number crunching, all that kind of stuff. Machine learning. But I do hope they get resolved because it's pretty annoying. And we have just a lot of settings. And there were settings that did seem to improve it and settings that didn't do anything for it. I'll probably, after stream today, update my video drivers again, because that's like the last couple times. Oh no, we've gotten clobbered a couple times by a small sedan. The worst one we had was last stream that I was driving, just got straight up T-boned by something about the size of like a Ford Focus, and just sent me sprawling. Okay, so are you filled up? All right, let's speed time up. Because those are still filling, so we want to make sure they're all good. So let's see if we can get ourselves some nice, quick and easy money. You're on opposite sides of the map. That is not convenient. Those aren't that far apart. So I'll borrow the items for this one, and then we'll accept the other one. And I'm mostly doing because we need to wait for those things to fill up. And so until the fields get flooded again, I don't want to advance the day. And switch it to our own. Because weirdly the AI doesn't know what to do with these fields. I don't really know why. But that's fine. I wonder how much a good weeder costs in the game. I should probably check that when we're on the straightaway here. Because like I said, it would be good to go through here and start picking up what equipment we can. So if we look at our weeders, mulchers, subsoilers, weeders. So we'd be able to do the very largest one. For 46,000. Weeders are giant? Yes, weeders are giant, but the question is the horsepower requirement and the price. The downside is I can't remember when you can and can't use weeders, but that's fine. But yeah, so you get the idea of like slowly expanding our equipment to one, when we go to do contracts, I don't have to lease nearly as often. Because every lease, they're not bad. They're like 500 here, 600 there, 900 there. But if we're leasing like every single field we do, That's a lot of thousands of dollars we're not getting. That's a lot of better equipment we're not getting. But then also, that means I then have a weeder for when I go to deal with my own farms. And right now, I don't have a use for a weeder. But we want to make that leap from doing just rice to other crops. And it is one of those problems with a lot of the types of crops in this game, that it's not just you need the one piece of equipment. It's that you need a bunch of different pieces of equipment. And then plus, when you get these kinds of contracts here, where it's like, oh, here, we'll give you the really small weeder because that's all we need for, you know, this field reasonably, you can say, no, that's fine. You grab the giant monolithic one that you just do 2 passes and the field's half done. I did notice the biggest one had a range that went well above what my tractor can do. So my assumption is you buy the base one and you'll have, like, you can make it bigger and bigger with upgrades that cost more. Which would honestly be perfect to be able to buy it about appropriate for what my tractor can do, and then also be kind of future-proofed where when I get the giant tractor, I just take it back, reconfigure it to be the bigger model, and we're good. Yep, that's exactly what happens. So I can start with the one that's what my tractor can handle, so whatever 230 horsepower can handle. And then as we move up in the world, we can get the bigger and bigger ones. Because the tractor will be the limiter on the equipment. The problem is saving up for the tractor costs you hundreds of thousands of dollars to get like a really high horsepower tractor and all that. And there is technically reasons to use the smaller tractors in the game, by the way. You can use like the absolute largest tractor to pull stuff that really don't need it, but the tractor does end up using a lot more gas and it does cost more to repair. I generally don't worry about it too much. Yes, it does cut into your profit margins, but at the same time, the alternative is you keep like 8 or 9 different tractors sitting around. That's an exaggeration, like 3 tractors sitting around to have stuff more appropriately sized. And at that point, you're just like, eh. That much money just sitting in assets on your farm, I'd rather just overspec and not have to worry about it. Like, I could see later on, after you got like your big tractor and a bunch of that going on, maybe as a later purchase, picking up a smaller tractor to be more side. The John Deere 6M 8R are your favorites. Yeah, I was, I'm trying to remember. Small tractors are for fake farmers. Nah, there's purposes. There's some equipment that just doesn't require much horsepower. Like, if you're using a stone picker, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so if we remember with the large tractors, Fendt. This Fendt was my favorite one. There was one of the Fendts that was just way faster than the other ones, I remember. And for me, that was always the thing I liked. It's like, man, you can have all your horsepower. Just give me this tractor that heckin' goes. Like, and it still had plenty of horsepower to do literally any task you give it. Because I made the mistake the very first time I played of buying just whatever the highest horsepower tractor was, and it was one of those ones that like pivots in the middle. And I was like, I hate this tractor so much. Yeah, let's see, because there's 37. Yes, it's looking like 37 is the fastest. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it was the Fendt there. Jared saying it's probably only worth it once you have multiple people work. Yeah, no, it's, yeah, I would imagine getting the different sizes really is down to you've got enough fields and enough money that it's worth, like, tossing the AI on this one, tossing another AI on that one. You know, you run around on this. The harvester's out doing its thing. Whatever you gotta split everyone off to do. Like, late game stuff where you're really juggling a lot of different projects going on at the same time. So I'm probably gonna need to scoop over to that row. We'll go ahead and pick up these 2 weeds I see that we missed. The new tier? Gotcha. Yeah, we'll see. Most likely, I'm probably going to still prioritize getting one of the fence because I really do like the faster movement speed. Because it's one of those things that as your farm gets bigger and bigger and bigger, unless you are sitting there doing unless you are doing the thing where you keep like a couple tractors here and there nearby each and every farm, you're driving your equipment between them. So I like the fence for that. Because honestly, any of the highest tier ones, the horsepower, you get enough of it stops being relevant. You just need a bit extra over what it says is the required, just that way hills don't shut you down, and otherwise, eh. Yep, sorry truck, no passing. Here. I'll help you figure it out, truck. There you go, buddy. If I gotta go 21, so do you. Yeah, as well as fields, I'm not going to be able to see at all what I'm doing. One of the art questions I had is when we looked at the weeders. Okay. Because I had some of the weeders marked that they could only be, like, they had, yeah. Is this one here marks a specific crop? And it was weird that there was one type of weeder that's like, I only work on these crops. Which is a real big head scratcher. Versus all the other ones don't seem to mark it. Which, again, maybe it's one that you can go way faster with that weeder. That maybe you can go way faster, but you can only use it on those crops as, like, kind of the side effect. Oh, I definitely didn't cut through that field. You saw nothing. Morning, Soul Adams. How's it going? But there was a modded tractors in 22 that had the option for Unreal Engine, and it was the funniest thing ever. Press W, and you do cartwheels across the field in 1 second. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure there'll be some of that over here as well. That we will run into the absolute silly, unreasonable tractors and all that will eventually pop in here. You can't wait for Black Friday to be over? Yeah. Yeah. I remember my time in retail and doing Black Fridays. Like, no happiness. Ah. Weird. So it's a weeder that can plant seeds as well. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's just an odd combination for equipment compared to the rest of what we see in the game. Still, that's cool as an option. Okay. I was just checking to see if we have any of the custom maps showing up yet. So far, the only map mods I've seen is literally the existing maps with no noticeable changes. Has been the only thing I've seen so far. But like I said, from what I have heard secondhand, and this isn't inside knowledge or anything, is that the map editor they had before doesn't work because it's a new version of their engine. and that they are working on the new one, but it's not available yet, is what I had heard. No idea if that's accurate information or not, but, you know, that's probably why we don't have that yet. How do they discriminate between weeds and crops? I know from what people told me is in real life the way the weeder works, it has these little hooks that go around it, and normally you'd use it before the crops have their roots really set in, before they've germinated, so you can just rake across it and all the roots you get are weeds. Or like the root system from plants before. But as far as like once they're grown, maybe it's just the nature of that specific crop, the roots almost go straight down or something. The other thing is it can be that you'd have it spaced on the row, but I don't know. This is where the I am not a farmer comes into play, where it's just like, I don't know how this works in real life, and how I can go across something that looks like a field, and then this will rake across and get rid of the roots of the weeds. Because my understanding, it's literally just a grid with little metal hooks that just drag across the ground to tear up the stuff. Yeah, it works. That's all you need to know. Hey, that's fair enough for me. I've actually learned a lot about farming through this game, but how the weeders work with grown crops is not on that list. And all of it's, you know, like, gamer with interest side of things versus actual meaningful competent industry knowledge. Because generally speaking, if you're watching someone stream, if whatever they're discussing isn't something they're a subject matter expert in, as in they have proper credential certifications, have working experience, like meaningful working experience in, don't use content creators as a primary source for anything of any meaningful substance. We can certainly pass on information we hear, but like, you should always seek out a proper source. It looks like you could really F up a field of crops. Oh yeah, I mean, very genuinely, almost any of your tools, if you use the wrong tool on a field at the wrong time, you can completely destroy a crop. It means we can discuss what we know, but it doesn't mean we actually know anything. Yeah. It's like, that's the funs with, like, Ultra Stream, because Ultra actually farms. Like, before learning about that, there's plenty to learn there. But it's also one of those things with, like, farming that it's such a broad discipline. Like, the things a dairy farmer experiences is entirely different from, like, a farm that's got their entire field of soy. This is entirely different from someone who's growing, like, orange trees. It's entirely different than someone who's keeping a vineyard, which is entirely different than, you know, someone who's doing alfalfa. Like, there'll be commonalities between them, but, like, it's a very broad thing. It's like, it's the same as, like, saying, I work in IT. It's like, okay, yes. But also, it's a really, really big, wide range of disciplines. You heard you're a cook. I know you're an Eastern European. How do you make sushi? Yeah. You found out earlier today that the AI can calculate how to finish custom fields? Yep. They were able to do that in... Okay, when you say finish custom fields, you mean just work on them? Because they were able to do that in 22. Now, granted, the AI in 22 was always pretty much on fire. So, simple tasks like, hey, you know, cultivate this field, the AI did relatively well as long as your custom field didn't have, like, a really weird shape. It was vaguely rectangle-ish. It would do fine. But the AI in 22, the moment you got out the sprayer, the really wide sprayer, it just kind of went a quarter of the field, threw its hands in the air, and said, I'm done. Yeah, farmer can be expert in 2 or 3 things, but suck at other things? Yeah. But that's those things. So, like, But it is fun that, like, you know, Ultra is a an actual farmer, so when you're watching, can actually give a lot of meaningful information. It was just to make the comment that, you know, there's definitely lots of times that people pop in there who have a different specialty, and everybody gets to learn something. The classic every day's a school day. Even when you're the teacher, every day's a school day. I honestly feel like teachers learn a lot more than the students, just because with the students you've got one resource that is feeding you information, and they might be the most broadly knowledgeable in the room on the subject, but then you've got, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 students in there, and that's 20, 30, 100 and something students that all of them might only have little bits and pieces, but they're different bits and pieces that you can learn from. Like, if both you and your students aren't learning from each other, you're not actually talking. The best way to learn something is to teach it to someone else. And when you go over the same material day in and day out, yep. Well, yeah, that's, oh, it's not modalities. So I actually have a background that includes, education theory, learning theory. So teaching theory, whatever you want to call it, it's all the same thing. And then there's two different things we deal with, which there's modalities, which is like, you know, hearing it, reading it, watching it, writing it, deliberate practice, doing it for like recreation, doing it for entertainment, teaching it, those kind of things, like the actual type of activity you are doing to learn it. And then teaching is the single most effective way of learning it for actually getting it to stick, because that's the thing we care about, is that you learned it and it stayed, you retained it. The catch is, to be able to teach it, it requires a certain level of existing knowledge about it, and, you know, all of the setup required to have that setup, you know, to have the opportunity. Oh yeah, and discussing it is also another one. That's a big one. Which is two-way discussion, not talking at you, but you are actively having a back and forth discussion. And so, like, the joke we usually have in the industry is, someone ever figures out a way to scale teaching something, then we've solved education. But there's very real and practical limitations on why that isn't a thing. But otherwise, it's, you know, doing it for, like, entertainment, like actively doing the thing for entertainment purposes ends up being the next highest for long-term retention. Because it makes sense. You're going to do it a lot, and you're going to pay attention because you're interested. Versus, we generally split them up into two primary categories of active and passive learning. Passive learning is like listening to it and watching it. Arguably, reading it also fits in that one as well. Typically, we include that in the passive. That is, information is being thrown at you, whether or not you are engaging it. It is hitting you in the face. Maybe it sticks, maybe it doesn't. And then active would be, or lecture. Lecture would be a passive. Discussion is when you flip lecture to active, where now instead of me talking at you, we are talking together. I'm making you think of your stints you did as a teacher, gave up, went back to manufacturing. Being a teacher's tough. Being teachers, even if you're well-meaning and knowledgeable and all that, teaching is a very difficult job. Like, it's extremely difficult. And so there's all that kind of stuff. The other thing you have to deal with teaching is basically the motivation of the learner. And so there's different things that will bring motivation to a learner. You've got the single least effective form of motivation for a learner is punishment-based learning, which is, i.e., if you do not learn the thing, there is a negative consequence. You get held back by a grade. You don't get dessert. You don't get the raise, whatever it is, the punishment. And the reason it's the least effective is, one, they don't want to do it. They're being forced to. You're coercing them into it. And then the second one is, in the moment you remove that punishment from consideration, because they now hate learning, because they, you know, it's a path to being punished for them. they now no longer want to learn. What trailer can you use to load planks on? Any flatbed. Any trailer that's got a flat back to it. There are ones that have like scraps to them, which is most of them. But any of the ones that's like a flat one that mentions like pallets, anyone that mentions pallets, you'll be able to do it. It doesn't have to mention pallets. One of the catches with a lot of those trailers is there are a lot of trailers that you'll see like the big box, you fill it up kind of thing, and they will have a configuration to make it flat. And how do you buy planks from the sawmill? From the sawmill. Can you buy planks from the sawmill? I don't think you can. So let's go to planks. Just regular old planks. You can only buy them from the warehouse. If you're on the same map as you buy them at the warehouse. But that's how you figure out just whatever you're looking for. You're looking for raisins. Okay, well I can sell the raisins here and I can buy them there. And then if you're trying to find that place, you can click on it and choose tag. But you bought the sawmill. Oh, if you bought the sawmill, you could switch it to storing as opposed to selling them. And if you store them, the planks will sit outside the building. And if you sell them, does automatically sell. Yeah, no, you can be made if you own it, but that's what I was saying. Maybe you can buy them from your own place sell points. Well, no, that's when you go to your configuration for your sell points, what you do is like, here's my sawmill. I would click on the planks, and I would first make sure it's activated, and I would change this output mode to storing. If you're storing them, they will drop them on the ground in a designated area outside of the sawmill. But if you choose selling, they will just get sold. Isn't storing internal only? No. So it stores into internal until it has enough for a full pallet, and then it drops the pallet outside until the entire area that it can drop the pallets is full. Then it will continue to store until it fills up, at which point the thing will stop running because there's nowhere to put the material. But back to like the education motivation thing, the next one you run into for like the second least effective type of motivation is reward-based learning. And again, these are the worst. And that's because reward-based learning has the exact same thing as punishment-based learning, that once you remove the reward, the learning stops. The classic example, they give the one where there's a kid playing in the playground, and a guy comes by and says, "Hey, you look like you're having fun. What if I pay you $5 every day to play in the playground?" And the kid's like, "Oh, cool. You know, I'm going to be playing in the playground anyway. Yeah, I'll take $5. And so everyone's kind of happy. And that goes on for a little while, and eventually the guy comes by, and the kid's like, "Cool, where's my $5? He goes, "Oh, well, I don't have $5 for you anymore. Like, I'm a little tight on money, I can't pay." And so the kid stops playing in the playground because, like, well, no, I'm not getting paid. I'm not going to play in the playground. And that was the activity the kid wanted to do anyways normally. But because it became a transactional thing, now it no longer works. Whereas intrinsic motivation is very personal and very hard for teachers. Yeah, but then you get into like motivations like, again, entertainment within itself is a very big motivation. That if you can make something entertaining, people will seek out that learning, and therefore the motivation's there. You can have a feeling of accomplishment kind of thing, and these other ones you'll notice are a lot trickier to quantify and all that. You can have the seeking of like accomplishment, gratification. That's a really high up there, one of the best ones. But again, there's the challenge of how do I take student and get them to feel a sense of accomplishment and gratification and all that if it's something they didn't want to learn in the first place. I'm forgetting two other ones, but it's been a while since I've gone through the whole chart. But you get the idea. And unfortunately, one of the things we run into with trying to teach at scale is going, okay, how on earth do we, one, make sure someone has actually learned something that, you know, they've been being taught, and that's usually through assessment. And unfortunately, by the very nature of an assessment-based learning, usually it becomes a punishment-based learning just by the nature of it. Ooh, I wonder if dragging the tree across that field will be a problem. Can I... Is this like a straight-up cliff, or is this like a really steep hill? That's a really steep hill. I could probably make that work. But yeah, so it's a matter of, with all that stuff, figuring out how you scale that learning, and then again, how do you figure out that the person did learn? And unfortunately, because of like how we usually handle learning, it becomes assessment based, which means by de facto it becomes punishment based, which again was the worst for effectiveness kind of learning. All right, so you are too big of a tree for me to drag in one go. You are 8-something tons, and I can handle about 6. Yeah, and there's more to it, but it's a whole thing. It's a very difficult thing that a lot of very intelligent and talented people are trying to come up with better ways to learn and teach. And unfortunately, one of the big realities is there's also a lot of people like, well, this is the way I learned, and this is the way they should have to learn too, without really considering any of that, and only discover that it's just not working or sticking, and you got to be adaptable. So hope is that this one left will be more than 2 tons. I may have split that perfectly. Okay, so here's the first one. Are they considered treats? That would be reward-based learning. It's not the worst. To be fair, it's not the worst way of learning, but it is the second worst form of learning. That again, the problem with reward-based learning is in the absence of the reward, typically people dip off of the learning. Like, and that's not to say you can never reward learning or anything like that. It's just, it needs to not be the norm, commonality, like whatever. Like having a one-off, that's fine, but the moment it starts being an expectation, that's when it kind of drops off, that the moment the reward goes away, the motivation goes with it. Typically. Let's see. Can confirm every day for 15 years you wrote code as a hobby. After the first day of getting paid for it, you've written less than 1,000 lines unpaid. Yep. Heard to the choir. The biggest part of leaving teaching was we had all this theory and plans to use it, but the schools there's not enough man hours to support teachers to do it. Yep. Yeah, your management just says make it happen and walk away. Well, and a lot of times you'll even have, in your districts and all that, you can go through all the theory and point and say, here's the, like, we have, like, mounds of study after study after study after study that could, you know, confirm this with, like, no conflicting studies, that consistently we get the same results. And they'll be like, well, no, but this is the way we're doing it. But it's like, but we could demonstrate that the way you're having us do this is bad, and we have another way of doing this. Nope, this is the way we're doing it, because paperwork, because bureaucracy. You're a substitute teacher for a while. The worst for other teachers, to be honest. They were so stuck in the previous era that they couldn't resonate with the pupils. And then there were like 11 and 16-year-old range, and they're teaching them stuff you can't resonate. Yeah, no, you definitely have like the stick in the mud people, and teachers are no exemption of that. That's our 7,000. That's a pretty good payday for that. Like, and don't get me wrong, I've definitely, when I was teaching, I definitely had some peers who were absolute rock star teachers, and I had some peers who, they had long since burned out and were just, they were over fighting. Like, every time, you know, the new next idea that was going to try and improve things, that they were starry-eyed and tried to make it happen and got knocked down after a huge amount of effort, that they just kind of gave up trying. And it sucks. It's one of the reasons why it's hard to keep teachers in the job, because it's such a soul-sucking job, because you want to do right by your students and you know things aren't right, and you keep trying to make it better, but there's just stuff always in the way. And it doesn't necessarily need, like, it could be political, it could be bureaucratic, it could be financial, it could be a whole range of things. It isn't like there's some guilty party individually trying to keep it down. It's just, a lot of it is just circumstances. And then some of it is genuinely much worse than that. But that's a topic we'll leave alone, because that'll get really political real fast. But, fun fact, historically speaking, for every dollar you typically put into funding your education within a area, country, whatever, you typically get $2 back, or better. And that is just a thing. That is one of those studies that has been done a gajillion times. And every single time we get roughly the same results. Let's see, yeah. Your mom's been teaching for 15 years, and she works at the library making the same money and loves it. Yep. It was sad for you when you left. All the old hand teachers told me they wished they could quit too, and the new teachers told me you clearly wasn't cut out for it. Fun bit of psychology. To be fair, most of those old teachers, or most of those new teachers, will also figure it out over time that they're not cut out for it either. Not from the capability standpoint, but there's just a certain point where you just feel like you're letting your students down, and it's not even on you. It's, again, lack of resources, being forced to fit in this exact shape that has been defined and all that. But yeah, it's a whole thing. And for those who don't know my background, I'm a former educator myself. That said, mine was not grade school. Mine was primarily college education. I did teach formal education in the college level for like a bunch of different certifications and all that. And then later on in my career, I did what's referred to as informal education. And for those who don't know the difference between the two, formal is going for certifications and degrees and like diplomas and that kind of stuff. You have a document at the end that says, I learned the thing. Informal is when it's not really about some credential you're trying to get a hold of, but just strictly a skill. So like, you could have, for example, a mechanics certification that with the certification you can demonstrate that you can work on all of these types of cars or something. This isn't what I was teaching, so I'm trying to give examples that would make sense, because I'm trying to not dox myself by specifically saying what I was teaching and everything, because it's a narrow field. But then an informal thing would be you would have that certification and your boss says, hey, I need you to learn how to weld aluminum for this project we're working on. And I know you don't know how to weld aluminum, so go over here and learn how to weld aluminum. And that would be an informal education thing, would be sitting down there teaching you how to weld aluminum. Use a plow to widen the field then. Okay, what? There? Besides testing, they choose to go there. She does extracurriculars as well and loves those kids. Oh yeah, no, extracurricular activities, they're a lot of work, but those are honestly the most fun I ever had at being involved in. I also volunteer. It's not been lately, not so much since the pandemic, but I used to very regularly volunteer at the is primarily elementary and middle school, in the very rare case high school. And it just had to do with the fact that the reason I was promoting it was to promote STEM education, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And usually the two kinds of things I would end up promoting with the volunteer work is I would be taking whatever the current lesson the teacher was working on and coming up with an activity the students could do. And there was a lot of reason that's effective. Because one is, even if you have a really good teacher, listening to the same person tell you everything all the time does get like dull and mundane after a while. So even having the second voice, even if they're saying the exact same thing, just can help it be a little bit fresher. And that gets to be a fun activity for the students, and usually I'm bringing in outside resources so that the teacher doesn't have to sit there and, go and buy all their own construction paper and all that kind of nonsense on their already non-existent budget. And so we do stuff like, we're learning about lift in planes. Like, we're getting into that type of, like, friction and lift and all these different forces of, like, physics and all that. And so we'll make a bunch of gliders and, have the goal to try and, like, get the longest going glider. And so you'll sit down with the students and they'll make a glider. And, some will have their glider goes really well. Others will have their glider and it's not doing so well. And you'll sit there and go, your glider seems to, like, really be slowing down. Why do you think that's happening? Oh, well, they put these pretty frills on the back and it's catching all this air. It's like, okay. So what can we do to make the glider better? Well, we can get rid of the frills. Oh, yeah. I still think the one that impressed me the most was I've done that activity. I couldn't tell you how many times. And there was the one student that was having difficulty getting into a group with the other students. Because, a lot of the people paired up and all that. And it was one of those things that I usually won't force them to group up because that can be a whole bunch of problems. But Sue was like, no, that's fine. I like working on my own. And it was really fun because he made a frisbee. So everyone else is making your paper airplane style glider, some with broad wing, some with really long, and all that kind of stuff. And he made a frisbee. He folded up the paper and made a frisbee. And he absolutely killed it for distance. Because a frisbee is a really effective glider. And in all the years I had done that, because he even sat there and he was like, it just needs to glide, right? I was like, yeah, as long as it glides. Like, you can't wad up a piece of paper and throw it. It has to glide. But as long as it glides, it's fine. Anything goes. And he made a frisbee. And he absolutely killed it when it came to distance. Not the most accurate one, because it would tip real hard after a little while, because that's just a phenomena frisbees do, because it's rotating, so this area's got more resistance than that area because it's being swung into the air as opposed to moving, back from it. But still, you remember doing that with the glider and your teacher saw mine looking really cool and went to test it and it broke in half? Oh yeah, no, there's certain stereotypes you notice, like, after you've done that same activity with class after class after class. There is almost always, and there's almost a bunch of the very, it's got to be cutesy, it's got to be pretty, it's got to do that. And those are always the ones that they'll put, like, little frills on the back of their glider, because I'll have all those things there if they want them. So they'll put all these, like, little streamers and frills on it, and they'll make it look really pretty, and the glider works terribly, because all of that crap is just catching so much air. But that's part of the learning moment, is you sit there with the students, you're like, oh, your glider's really slowing down. Like, what's happening? Like, why do you think that is? Because, again, they're just learning friction. They're just learning air resistance. They're just learning lift. And so it's a very good way of actually giving them a very, very direct example of air resistance. Yeah. Did you hear about the professor who promised an A to everyone if he couldn't... if he didn't catch his own paper airplane? It was pretty cool. Of course, he got it back. Oh yeah, no, I hadn't heard that one. But yeah, no, there's certain stuff with like that where you have certain phenomena that seems counterintuitive that I've seen the like biology instructor say, hey, I'm gonna do this or whatever. And it's one of those things that seems like weird. It's like, no, you're not. It's like, hey, if this doesn't work, everyone gets an A for the day, like on like the equivalent of a homework assignment. Everyone gets an A, and of course, because they know the gimmick, the trick to it. Um, let's see. So you did rubber band powered one later, and just made a tight ball and hooked the launcher and got the school record. Yeah, and that was I'm aware of that strategy, which is the entire reason I knew that before because we did an activity like that when I was in robotics. That was the reason. The stipulation was it had to glide. That was the only stipulation. It had to glide. You couldn't make one of like the little paper footballs and flick it across the room. You couldn't crumple up a piece of paper. You couldn't, wad it up as tightly as you possibly could and just chuck it. It had to actually glide. Which, don't get me wrong, there was some of those that people made them dense enough that it was very tenuous if it glided, but you could see like the effort was made. They weren't trying to cheat the rules, just they're still learning the basics. We did the mousetrap car, and we had a group who they're like, okay, what happens if our mouse, because you could tell they had an idea because they're asking way too many questions. They're like, okay, what happens if our mousetrap car breaks? But is it if any of it gets across the line it counts, or is it like the last piece that gets across? Hi.
Hi, husband.
Hi, wifey.
I'm going to bed class.
Okay, you sleep well. I love you more. You sleep well? Never. But they ended up making it was basically a borderline mousetrap ballista. That still coiled it up, but it just launched this target across that. But it was one of those ones. Of course they won by kind of cheating the rules that time, but that just means the next time you do the activity, you're like, okay, we'll slightly alter the rules to make sure people adhere to it. But it's also one of those things that, you gonna make the catapult? Well, that was, I can't remember exactly what we had. I think it had to, actually coil the thing. I can't remember what the rule was, but they couldn't just straight up catapult it. And I can't remember what rule we had in place, because that was one I wasn't running the exercise, I was a participant. And there was some rule where we couldn't make it into a catapult, just by the nature of the rule. But we were able to, they did figure out a way to basically have it ripcord to do the ballista kind of thing. So as well as ones is okay, cheeky work around the rules. But it's fun because obviously when you understand the activity enough and what you're trying to teach enough, thinking outside of the box in that way, you don't want to discourage it. But of course the moment you have that at a school and then the next grade comes by and students talk to each other, you gotta nip that one in the bud so that just doesn't become the thing that the next year everyone knows that the ballista won last time, so everyone tries to make a ballista the next time. You want to keep them thinking, cleverly and different designs and all that. And then sometimes because it also works around what you're actually trying to teach, i.e. the crumpling up a paper ball when you're trying to teach about lift and air resistance. Sure. Was it back when the science teacher decided to do the demonstration to demonstrate a chunk of sodium in class? A chunk of sodium? Yeah, I'm missing that one. If someone figures out a way to bend and not break the rules, they deserve 2 A's. Well, that's the thing. You give them the A for that exercise. By all means. It's you give them the full credit. They understood things well enough, not only to get the exercise, but a way to circumvent the limitations of the exercise. They should be rewarded. Because that's the type of clever thinking that later on in life, you'll have someone we need a car that does X, Y, Z. And the person stares at the problem for a long while, and you're like, okay, what is the goal we're trying to do? We're trying to move as many people as possible, using a straight area, and we need a, whatever, what are the requirements? And they go, well, we're going to build a train instead, because a train does that job better than your cars do. Oh yeah, trains are a thing. And all that. And so you did the popsicle bridge, and we were the only allowed X amount of sticks. But any amount of glue. My thought was to turn the sticks into sawdust and mix the glue into a solid block. The teacher nixed that one. Yeah, that was probably just because they didn't want a colossal mess. Just a soupy wood dust and Elmer's glue mess. Basically making effectively plywood / wood cement or something. You remember correctly, sodium explodes into water? Oh yeah, no, mixing sodium and water creates a pretty hostile reaction. They do not go together. Yeah, particle board. That's one of the other exercises. When I was at university, a really fun exercise I'd have in the engineering college at our campus, is they would have cement boat races, where you'd have to have a boat made out of cement that could have a person sit in it and paddle and race. And so it's just one of those things of taking a material and using it for something that is not particularly well suited, but can do, and trying to get that figured out, because it is one of those things that you want it to be as small as possible so that, you know, you get the most go out of each paddle. But also, you need it to be sound enough that this heavy material can stay afloat with a person in it and not just flip over real fast. Thin and long? Yeah, I mean, they had all sorts of different ones. You had, like, some who'd make it, like, a cooler, and those, you could generally get them going, but the problem is they're very easy to flip. And then you have those who'd make theirs where it'd be, like, what is it, where you have the, where you'd have, like, the main thing, and then you have, like, a section off the side with another floating section on the side. You also had a paper boat regatta? Regatta? I don't know that word. Had to use paper products. The teacher nixed the idea of a submarine. Catamaran. Yes. Like, you'd have people try and do, like, a catamaran design so they'd have a hollow thing of concrete on one side, and then, like, the actual boat with the person in it, and so the person in the boat could just lean on the side that the extra section was, so that it was an extremely stable concrete boat. But, of course, now there's that much more surface area. Regatta equals boat race. Gotcha. But it was always fun to watch that, because half of them would sink because the people would try and get away with what they could race the fastest. And what would end up, happening with that is just, it wouldn't be stable enough. And then, they would flip it. And once you flipped it, you were out. There's no getting back in the boat and going again. See, like I said, you'd have some who went to just try and raw speed it, get through it as fast as possible, and you have some who'd be like, no, we want to make sure our boat reaches the other side. Man, you keep giving me all these decent weeding contracts. I'm not going to complain about it, it's just, I'm surprised at how many. Because, like, 4,000 or 5,000 just to drive something that's relatively fast in a very large area over a field again and again. It's pretty solid money. Okay, so I think this is the really big one we were looking at. I don't think it's like the fully upgraded big one, but somewhere in between. You can go on the end and avoid those. So let's switch you over to steering assist. Yeah, no, this is not the big setup. Yes, this isn't the big one. This is the one that has the cedar as well. I guess the NPC didn't figure out they don't get weeds that they plow, not cultivate. Counter argument, I'd rather just cultivate. Man, I used to love all those exercises. Those are my favorite ones for learning, is where, like, again, you're learning about stuff like with the boat, the whole physics about it. Like, you have an enclosed space, it's got air, you're pushing it down in the water. Like, the water has a pushing back force because you have different densities and all that. And whatnot, to be able to float and all that. And so you can take materials that, without that phenomena, you throw you throw a piece of cement in the water, it sinks. That's what happens. But then the idea of if you shape it in a certain way, it'll float instead. And all that. I always enjoyed those lessons because one is a good way of teaching that phenomena, that physics thing, whatever you want to call it, very effectively. And two, because it's an activity, you're trying to go, okay, based on your understanding of this phenomena, like, how can you accomplish this goal better than your peers? So you get a competition out of it. And that competition motivates people a lot. And there's some people who don't care about the competition, but it's still fun. And you'll have some who will still not be engaged. That's always one of the difficult things when it comes to teaching. If someone makes the active decision that they don't want to learn something, it is extremely difficult to win them over to get them learning. And the problem is, until you get them won over, they're not learning it. Like, you can throw information at them as hard as you want, it's going right in one side and right out the other. Like, you've got to get them bought in on it. But that's why you do stuff like friendly competitions, activities, get outside speakers, build interest where possible, try and demonstrate where, like, whatever you're teaching does have, like, something fun and interesting it does. And that's, like, if you had infinite time and resources, that would be the fun for, like, the same material, be able to present in, like, 4 or 5 different ways to try and, you know, get more of the students interested. Let's see, this is so weird. Above your chat is another stream. I've never seen this before, new Twitch feature. So, like, you're seeing chat and you're seeing, like, a picture-in-picture of another stream. I wonder if that's because you clicked from one stream to the other or something, and, like, the picture-in-picture carried over or something. Because I know if you minimize, like, if you're on your phone or whatever, and you, like, bring it down, it will pop the window up. I wonder if it's a situation where they now have a bug or a feature where you can watch one stream and have the other one going on as well or something. Because you remember programming classes in high school, the teacher said if anyone can make a recursive Fibonacci calculator, he can't break, they get an A. And then he looked at me and said I have an A to go to the teacher's lounge for the period. Gotcha. Yeah, no, we had, that was one of the things I did with my certification courses, was teaching, let's see, piece repair, advanced piece repair, which was the things I had for CompTIA A+ certification that I was teaching back in the day. That was just one of those things that, you know, I would have the course and I'm like, hey, if you're here and your goal is just to pass the certification, because that was the 2 motivations my students had for coming there. One is just knowing how to repair computers. Fair enough. The second one was to get their certification, because a lot of my students, it's because to work certain contracts, they would require you to have your A+ certification. A lot of government contracts at the time required that. If you were going to work in the IT side of a lot of jobs, you had to have your certification. So their boss would tell them you have to go in and, you know, go take your courses and get your certification. And you're allowed to take your certification literally any time because it's a separate vendor and everything. So you could literally at any point reach out to CompTIA and be like, when's your next certification test? Oh, it's over there. I'm going to go and take it. And so I had the rule that said, hey, if at any point during my class you go out and you get your CompTIA A+ certification and you pass, you get an A in the course. Because the whole point is to teach it so you can pass that certification. And if you passed it, then what the heck am I doing here? I only ever had one person take me up on that and do that. Because most of them, they wanted to do all the prep, because I want to say getting the certification, you had to pay like 60, 70, 80 bucks to take it per instance. So you wanted to make sure you're going to pass it or whatever. It may have been more, I don't remember. But like there was a non-insignificant fee for taking an attempt of the certification. And it had a relatively decent pass-fail rate, but still decent enough fail rate that you probably wanted to at least study first. But yeah, the whole time I only had one person who actually took their certification, then came back and said, okay, I got my certification, I'll take my A. And I was like, yep, it's up to you if you want to show up or not, which I wasn't supposed to do. They actually had a thing at the school that they're like, yeah, we really want you to take attendance and all that. But I personally, I get why they did it. There were certain people who had, like, scholarships and all that that required a certain level of attendance, so I would take the attendance. But for, like, people who pass the course, it's whatever, man. Like, it's whatever. They accomplished the goal of the course. Who cares? And I know that's not necessarily the greatest mentality to have about it, but I was also 19 years old at the time, so... But yeah. That was one of the big things the college is dealing with was, I was the youngest instructor they had ever had by a good couple of years. Which is very right place, right time, and credentialed for it. So it was definitely, I kind of had my first lesson every semester as a throwaway lesson that you would come in and be like, here's the deal. You want to hit me with every little gotcha because I would have a pretty even split between 18, 19, whatever year olds, 20-year-olds who, you know, they were pursuing their degree, trying, like, just starting that, and they had an interest in the computer side of it. And most of them were generally pretty respectful. And then you had a whole bunch of people who were like 38, 42, maybe early 50s who had been doing this for their job for the last 10, 15 years or whatever. And their boss said, you know, we want this contract, you got to go get your certification. And so they're in the class to get their certification that they've been told they're obligated to get. So they don't want to be there. They're just doing that because their boss is paying and they need it. And then this 19-year-old steps in front of them. And again, they've been doing for 10, 15 years. So they're already salty about being there. And then as far as they're concerned, a child is teaching them. And so I'd have that first course. And I didn't do it my first semester because I didn't realize how much of an issue it was going to be. And so it was definitely one of those ones. It's like, here's the first one. Here's the deal. You can throw all of the gotcha, you know, test me out, make sure I know what I'm doing stuff. You can run me through the ringer this lesson. This lesson you can have at it. And if I hold up enough that it's not going to upset you, like, you know, I get most of your questions right and all that, I don't want to hear about the rest of the semester. Like, we need to focus on learning, but I know I got to get this out of the way to not have you constantly, you know, constantly being like, why am I learning from this kid? And once I did that, it was good, because usually most of them that ask me, like, and it was all, for the record, it was the same questions, like, year after year. They'd be like, you know, stuff like IRQ, you know, IRQ conflicts, and, like, the typical garbage you hear about all the time that were, like, really hard to diagnose back in the day. And, you know, you go through and you'd answer a question. Usually after one or two questions, they'd be satisfied that you're competent and everything, and they would, you know, they still might not be happy about the fact they're being taught by someone who's half their age, but they would at least respect it. Because the one year I didn't, I had one person that I had to kind of finally pull aside and be like, hey, here's the deal, man. I know you don't want to be here, but you're disrupting class. So here's the deal. We gotta get this sorted out, because otherwise I'm gonna have to start throwing you out of my class, and that's gonna be a problem for all of us. So, like, what's the deal? And it was one of those things that once I sat there and talked to them for a little bit, they weren't a problem after that. Because I was fortunate that I never did actually have to take a student and be like, hey, get the out of my room. But it is those things that, like, if it was coming at the consequence of everyone's lesson, then I would absolutely do that. So yeah, there's a reason you're basically kicked out of the class was because you're above the level of the class. So people could have just gotten solutions from you. That honestly would have been a good thing for. I got into a web design class in high school, but it was one of those things that they were teaching it to tick a box. And by teaching it, they grabbed the PE coach who had no experience even making a website or anything. They handed him a textbook and said, teach it. And so when I say the guy didn't know a thing about it, he literally didn't try and teach us. It was read chapter 1, do the exercise at the end of chapter 1. Read chapter 2, do the exercise at the end of chapter 2. And if it looked like you put effort into it, he gave you an A. If you didn't look like you put effort into it, you probably still got an A as long as you didn't cause too much trouble. Like, he just didn't know. And that wasn't a jab at PE coaches. It was just genuine. They found someone who had a little extra time, and they just shoved it in there. And he didn't want to be there. He didn't want to be teaching it. And the lessons reflected that. But, I had done, like, my own little, like, comic book website on the side just for fun. And so all the crap they were teaching was utterly worthless. I got in so much trouble in that class because I would get behind the computers, and I would take all the cables from one computer and swap it to the other so that your mouse and keyboard controlled that computer and vice versa and stuff like that. Or you go to put the disc in and it wouldn't read because your computer's actually the one over there. Yeah, I got in lots of trouble that class because I was bored. We figured out how to get a bunch of games playing that we weren't supposed to, getting around the security. Craig says, in some ways, certifications are a load of rubbish. Learning for you to get the understanding of the course isn't a waste, but certification can be. You didn't complete until too advanced diploma was doing. Research didn't complete those 2 units, and the advanced diploma I was doing. The reason you can complete those 2 units was you got a job in the industry, 14 years working in IT and tech school without any formal qualification. Now you're in your 3rd year of cyber tech in the largest companies in the US. And give me just a moment, because I gotta scroll to read more and try to do that while doing the game. And again, without any formal certifications. Well, yeah, that's the thing. You can get that's the thing. There are many routes to learning stuff. There are places where you have to get your certifications. That says, this is a requirement, deal with it. That's true of a lot of things, not just technical. Like, you cannot become a doctor without a doctorate. That's literally what being a doctor means. You cannot practice being an attorney without having your proper paperwork. And all that kind of stuff. And then there's stuff that is, the certification is much less meaningful, like being, what was it, like the Microsoft plus C++ certification or whatever, that they don't even offer it anymore. That was a worthless certification. You did have the MSDN certification. That one was okay. I'm pretty sure they've expired that and they stopped teaching it. Says, remember you said sub-school 8th, needed extra coaching in math that you were subbing for, and you told them you'll stay for another 2 hours after courses to do tutoring. If they wanted, great. If not, there's the door. 3 pupils left, and then the language teacher made them return. Let's see. Oh god, computer application class. Here is a mouse. Here is how to move the mouse. These are the buttons. This is how you click. Did a whole semester in like 2 days. That was, I had a Microsoft Office, I can't remember what the actual name of the class was, but it was basically learning stuff like Word, Excel, Access, yada, 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 and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so there's definitely, when it comes to certification, and in IT we used to jokingly refer to it as the alphabet soup, because all of our certification was like MSDN, CSDN, A+, oh geez. There was like three primary Microsoft certifications that were all like MS something or other. I remember the MSDN because I had that. MSCIT? I don't remember that one, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was one. And then you had the Cisco ones, which was like CSDN or CSDE or something like that. And so, like, for working in all the IT jobs, you'd have to get your alphabet soup, because you didn't need it, like, it wasn't a legal requirement unless you were working, like, certain government contracts and all that, where they wanted to make sure people knew what they were doing, so they would require their certifications. 2,000, I won't bother. Okay, so I think we're good here. Have we filled these fields up? We had the ECDL, European Computer Driving License. Okay, so these are all done now. Cool, cool. So let's slow back down time. And we should be good here. Make sure all our other stuff is good. Yep. But yeah, so it's just, you jokingly got your alphabet soup. You got your whole gambit of whether you're on the software dev side or on the IT side, there's a whole bunch of certifications to get. And those certifications, the mileage may vary. Some of them were very valuable and respected. Like, I remember the Cisco Development Network certification was really a big cert back in its day. It's still around, but I don't think it's nearly as important as it used to be. Most of the certifications aren't as important as they used to be. If you're just general IT, the big one was your CompTIA A+ certification. If you wanted to work like the bigger jobs, you had to get your certification. Water level 2 low. Flood the field to avoid crop damage. Alright. Anyone know where to sell cows? Usually you sell them in the same place you buy them. I do not know where that is on this map, though. But yeah, that's the whole thing. But these days, it's changed a lot. There are still important certifications, but usually those are more specialized than they used to be. It used to be in IT, you just need the general IT certification, and then you could also specialize. Now it's these days it's like, okay, you're going to be working with database stuff, as in the design side. There is a certification specifically in mind to make sure you are in compliance with certain laws. And it's not that the certification is required to be in compliance with the law. The certification covers what you're required to do to be in compliance with the law. And so a lot of bigger companies will require you to have that certification, partly so you actually do your job right, and then partly to cover their butt where if you don't do your job right, they can be like, hey, we hired this person, they went through their training, try to deflect as much responsibility onto you as opposed to themselves. For better or worse. Alright, so you got a bunch of baling jobs. Like a whole lot of baling jobs. Got a crappy wood transport. Don't really care about... Like, these ones are really fast. Alright, so we're in June. Not much to add there. So let's first check on the temple. Okay, so you're working on the last wood beams. Let's see what difference we have, because we dropped off. It wasn't a ton of wood beams. Oh, this probably is gonna be where people jokingly said it's gonna be like 20 steps. This is making me feel like that was probably correct, because that's the second one getting its things here. I'm assuming not all of these are gonna have buildings on it. They'll probably have different designs. I could probably have a couple with buildings. Maybe one will get a fountain or something. All I know is that is pretty upsetting to see that. So speed up time a little bit. Now is not the time to sell those goods. So contracts. So these two contracts will be relatively quick. So we can knock those out real fast. So I'll borrow the equipment for this. And we'll accept that one. I might do the baling ones. Just because there's a whole lot of them. Let's see, that's a long time. Do they need to finish it or make one building in it? I'm sorry, for the temple? Because usually the way the temple works is you drop off resources and it can do about 3,000 of each material each day. But most of the steps are... Okay, so we got 15. Where's your second field? Ah, good, they're both way over there. For the objective, you do need to build the temple. There is a reason, like, that was one of those ones I said we might not get done originally, but we're already invested enough I'm going to see it through. But they are giving two 2 CD keys for that one. I said we'd only get one. I'm like, oh wait, no mind. That is worth 2 keys. So effectively, that's like giving us a bit over $100 worth of CD keys to give out to the community. So I think that's reasonable. But I mean, we're also going to play it, so why not do it? And most importantly, chat, is it gives me an achievement on Steam. Yeah, I get those keys for you and all that, but I get an achievement on Steam. That's the real important part. And you're getting paid in game to do it. When I don't buy all the wood to do it, which is what we've been doing, for a lot of the steps. I probably have made more money than I've lost at this point because I'm shipping the wood in every single time now. But it is those things of like getting a number of thousand here profit and then turning around and gobbling it right back up over there by buying the wood. No, there is a mod to the game you can get called Government Subsidy that you basically put up a sign on your map, and by having that sign there you get, or I can't remember if you have the sign or whatever, but basically you can get it so your farm is subsidized, where it's basically every in-game day you get X amount of dollars. It's for those who just don't even want to deal with the money, or they want it to be a little bit more relaxed. You can just get that sign and be like, all right, every day give me a free 1,000 or free 10,000 or free 100,000 or whatever you set it to. Alright, let's get ourselves a couple thousand. Sounds boring? I mean, everyone has a different thing of how they play. There are people who just want to do chill farming with like the biggest equipment and have it be real fast and, just to kind of do that. There's also people like myself who, they do like to do the slow climb to getting the equipment they want. Where it's like every step you fight for it. And there's everything in between. And it can in a lot of ways be, like, if you're trying to do all of the crops, the way I play is actually very counter to getting that goal done in any meaningful, timely manner. Because doing like a 0 to hero on hard economy, it just takes so long to get enough money to buy the equipment. Looking forward to this cold spell? Oh, you mean the cold front heading this way? I think it's heading this way. Yes. Anything that makes Florida not hot, I'm looking forward to. Heat death of the universe? Can't wait. It'll finally be cool here. It is this next week? Yeah. Is making your bones hurt? Yeah, I haven't gotten the ache in my ankle. I think that's been going away because I used to always, like, before bad weather, I used to get an ache in my ankle from where I'd been in a car accident. But as it's been getting better, it stopped doing a thing because it's absolutely a phenomena where when you have a change in air pressure, that where people go like, I can feel it in my bones. It's like, no, that's actually a thing. You actually can notice air pressure difference. And that it will agitate joints. Usually ones have gone through an injury or whatever. It's currently 24 degrees here in the northwest Montana. Is MT in Montana? I'd believe it being that cold. We are in November. Yeah. We are in November. When I used to live in Michigan, this is around the time we'd start to properly see snow start moving in. 24 is cold. Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit is below freezing. That's ice and snow weather. just a little ways into ice and snow weather, but it is ice and snow weather. Used to walk around in flip-flops and minus 25. I mean, I used to wear tank tops in weather that I had no business wearing tank tops in as well. It's 24 there, but it's Celsius, so it's not too bad. Fair. Yeah, no, in North America, I would say probably southern Ohio and north. We're probably at that point where we're gonna start seeing snow in a lot of the area. Like I'd say northern Ohio is probably already on that fence where you might get freezing and that, but just barely. But southern Ohio is probably in that range. And I'm not going by like actually looking at the weather. I'm just going by the time of year it is. Her grandmother had rheumatism. She was a walking storm warning system. Gotcha. I know people with really bad arthritis, that's a thing that they do is their arthritis will act up real bad when there's a air pressure difference. But yeah, no, and then usually the snow sticks around until like late to mid-March, all depending on exactly where you are. To be fair, anyone with joint issues can feel it. Yeah, that's usually what it is, like anyone with joint issues. Like I said, for me it was in my mid-20s, I was in a car accident that I was the backseat passenger in a car and we got T-boned by someone who couldn't bother stopping for a stop sign. And so I ended up getting at first I thought it was lucky because he just got an extremely bad sprain versus what my other friend on the other side actually broke her ankle in like 4 or 5 places. Then come to find that muscles actually heal much slower than bones. So she was back on her feet, like walking, relatively fine in a matter of like a month and a half or so. Versus me, I wasn't out of that stupid boot cast for like 6 months. And 3 of those months were on crutches. I was definitely to the point of just hobbling everywhere because I didn't want to deal with the crutches anymore. Crutches are terrible. Like, they're useful. They're worth doing and all that. But it's just a rough time. Yeah, and for the record, it was something like we were going 65, 70 because we were on a highway, and there was one of those ones where like, was she getting on the highway or off? I think she was getting off. So she's going the other way, going to the exit to go off, and she was busy on her phone. Underage driver on a learner's permit, which requires you to have a adult with you, which she did not, and require you to have insurance covering you, which she did not. So that was a whole thing where for a while she kept her family kept being like, hey, like, could you, are you, I can't remember what the word for it is. Basically say that it was like no fault or whatever. As like, sure, as soon as she paid for all my medical expenses. Soon as anyone in that side of it pays for my medical expenses that the insurance fought me on, I will absolutely say, hey, here's your forgiveness. But until then, I got bills. Like, I'm not the one who was driving illegally. I mean, I wasn't even driving at all as a passenger. Yeah. Well, it's a tendency of bending before braking. Well, I mean, she actually did have brakes. She had multiple breaks in her ankle. It's just, when you get into the rate your body heals, bones heal actually, relatively speaking, compared to a lot of other stuff, bones heal really fast. It's soft tissue that heals really poorly. Not poorly, slowly. And then, like, nerves are the absolute worst for healing. Nerves take forever to heal. Whereas muscles are also pretty slow when it comes to healing. So, like, when you, like, overdo it in exercise and you properly sprain something, it takes you a while for those things to heal. That said, nerve healing is way more frustrating. Because when they heal, wherever those nerves are attached to, if they're nerves attached to motor function, that part of your body spasms. Because all those connections are being remade. It's really upsetting when you deal with that. I've told people before that when I was a teenager, like 18, I actually don't remember how old, like 17, 18, 19, somewhere in there, I had what's called Bell's palsy. Bell's palsy is paralysis of the face. It's like 1 out of 10,000 or something like that. People end up getting that at some point in their life, which 1 out of 10,000 is very, like, it's technically uncommon, but that's very common for uncommon. And usually most people, when they get it, you just wake up and your face feels a little funny because you've lost motor function to half your face. So it kind of just sat there and got puffy, because that's what happens when you lose motor function to stuff, is it tends to get all puffy. And it's just because the nerves that handle motor function and feeling on your face come from different areas. They're not the same nerves. And I always get them wrong, but they're the ones, I want to say the ones that deal with the motor function come from the back of your skull, and then they wrap around to your face. And it can be a whole range of things that causes it. You got some kind of infection, you banged your head on something. You know, it can be far more serious things like some condition that is your nerves are degenerating, which thankfully was not the case. But it can be a whole range of things. And it's absolutely one of those things that the doctor looks at you and goes, well, if it gets worse, let me know. If it doesn't heal in 5 months, let me know. Here's a steroid, go away. Well, I mean, they'll also ask you, like, did you hit your head real hard or whatever? But generally it's common enough, and they almost, like, it's very rare they actually figure out the cause. And so it's just like, go away. And you just live with that for like 5-6 months. But when it started healing, it was super upsetting and frustrating, because you're talking to people and your eyes spasming and your lips spasming because those nerves are reconnecting it. And you're just sitting there going, man, I can only imagine how I look to this other person the whole time. My face is just twitching and spasming and moving all over the place. And it comes in like spurts. So you'll have like a bunch of twitching for a little while and then nothing. And then like another round of a bunch of twitching again and then nothing. And it's just frustrating. Your brother got that once from consuming too many energy drinks? I don't even know how that would work. Round bale net? What? Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Am I not on a field doing contract work? I'm on a field for contract work. You know what? Never mind. Am I going to be penalized terribly for this? Probably. That's for the lease. Okay, these are ones I can cancel without consequence. Yeah. The moment it got more complicated than run Baylor over it, it's like, nope, never mind, you lost me. Okay. And I'm not going to worry about any of this stuff here. So let's go check on our field, see if they're flooded. Maybe this contract was for square bills. That could be what it was, is that I had the wrong type of baler since I grabbed it for all of them. Okay. So I've got all that set up. All of the fields are flooded. Let's double check, make sure I actually flooded this one. I think I did, because I see like the glisten of the water through the crops where they haven't loaded in yet. Yep, so we're good. Alright. You know the science was crazy? You saw him with half his face not working, his like 2-3 month recovering. Oh man, he got lucky. Mine was like 5-6 months, somewhere that. I think it was around 5. Now granted, it's one of those things that you start like at the beginning you have no motor function and it gradually you get a little bit back. So it is one of those things that, yeah, it takes like 5 months to recover. But it's not like for 5 months you can't do anything and then suddenly on like, you know, the very last day it just like snaps back into place. It's nothing that extreme. So we've got the mushrooms and the peppers. Right, those are all January. That's right. So with that, let's check the temple now, because it only had 1,000, so it might actually be ready for the next phase. No, it's still got like 800 left. Okay, that's fine. So with that though, I think we are good to advance to the next month. Was there any sales I could not live without? There's some pretty good sales, but nothing I can't live without. Alright. Because we gotta try and catch equipment on really good sales to build up our equipment base for going after the next thing. And honestly, if we just don't even see the equipment, I might just buy more land and expand what we've got. I'm guessing that rush of wind was a tornado. So we might have missed a tornado there. Because I heard the whoosh really fast. Okay, so it's not telling me I need to flood the field. And we don't have the option to flood the field. Good, so that's good to know. So you can't accidentally flood the field when you're not supposed to. And if you go to the pump, it will be like, yo, it's flood the field time, friend. So all of those are looking good. We can first check on our stuff. So we're getting a little low on water in our greenhouses, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that. Let's check on the contracts. So we don't have any contracts I really care about. We're getting pretty close to the time of year when we're going to get tons of contracts to deal with. And you need 10 stacks of long planks and 12 stacks of wooden beams. All right, money. It's been nice knowing you. First, any good sales? Foraging harvester, transporting liquids. That's about the same quality as the tractor I have now. Rip money, pretty much. But this is like phase 12 or 13 now. And the good news is I do actually have a lot of stuff in here. So they just built a miniature rice field and water tank to keep it empty. I am aware of the fact you can cheese the water by doing that. And no judgment for anyone who does that. I have been filling up my water tank in my rice field. I don't need to do it at a real frequency. I have plenty of time. It'd be one of those things if I didn't have a convenient river or something to fill up, I wouldn't feel, you know, I'd feel like, oh, I probably shouldn't be exploiting this. But literally, I can go ahead. Yeah, no, I'm aware, Metal Man. I am very familiar with the fact that you can basically get limitless free water from the rice field. Alright, so we've got you. Go over here and grab you. But it's one of those things, I don't need to fill it up till it's like actually empty. And that greenhouse won't empty out before the end of the year or whatever. Well, I mean, there's lots of stuff in real life. My only thing is the fact that you get like the little windmill And you still have to pay for power despite the fact that the windmill would be, one would assume, pumping from a well, which means you're pumping it from in the ground. So, like, are they putting a meter on my windmill and charging me for what I pump myself? Is that all the more wood we got out of that already? I mean, we're right about to get a stack of wood beams. So let's leave that, because we're about to get a stack of wood beams. Any contracts I should do. We can't do that in the rain without penalty. Those aren't terrible cultivating ones. And those ones I can actually accept them and not use their equipment. Because I've got tools capable of doing that. So I can get those two for a little extra cash. Wind tax. Alright. Yeah, it's weird. Do the solar panels work? Yeah, the solar panels still work the way they did in the last ones. Where you can plunk down a solar panel and it's effectively unlimited money forever. It gives you a chunk of money, but you never have to pay for it again, so it's just free money. You just have to do that initial investment. I'm directly avoiding that because to me that's a cheesy strat, which no judgment for people to do, but I've always been in the mindset if you're going to do that, just go ahead and edit your save file, give yourself all the money you want. Or get like the government subsidy mod. It accomplishes the same thing. You just stick the thing down and money goes into your bank account. Like, no judgment for playing that. Play however you want to have, like, fun. If you're having fun, congratulations, you're playing correctly. But for me personally, that is not a way I enjoy playing. I just like the slow burn of money. Have to go, okay, do I get this piece of equipment or that piece of equipment? I can't afford both. Alright, where do I put my priorities? What's going to give me the most bang for my buck? Oh, maybe this doesn't give me the most bang for the buck. It's the thing I want to do. Like, whatever. Yeah, nuts exactly. And there's meme videos about that too, about just setting up your farm and just shoving a bunch of power generation on the farm. And just doing that instead of farming, because it is those things that it is a exponential growth kind of thing. You put down the one solar panel, after 10 months or whatever, it pays for itself. So you put down the one, 10 months later, it's paid for itself, and then from then on, every 10 additional months you do it, you get an extra solar panel from that solar panel you already built. But you use that money to build another solar panel. So that means every 10 months you get 2 solar panels, which of course means you put those down, which means every 10 months you get 4 solar panels, which means every 10 months you put it down, you get 8 solar panels. Alright, so I need to remember that our tractor isn't quite up to spec to do this uphill. It's just a little bit more horsepower than our tractor can handle. I probably just also need to repair the tractor for that, because that's a penalty when the tractor gets worn out. Yeah, because this whole tile is uphill. That's what I get for getting something slightly too strong for my tractor. Okay. Yeah, so just avoid trying to go up the hill that way. I'll try going down. I just need to get a better tractor. It's a very hilly map, so I should have known better than to push to the edge of, like, what this tractor can do when buying this. Because we had a smaller cultivator that we could have absolutely handled, but I chose to get this one because it was like, you know, 1.5 the size or whatever. Let's see, random thought. If you get land on both sides, no, because you don't own the land the road is on. That's one of the catches of why I don't tend to play the maps that are made this way. Is because generally when you look at buying the land, and you click there, I mean, that one seems like it actually includes... That might actually include the road there. Maps past, that was actually one of my big complaints, is the road would be like its own thing, and so I couldn't plow across or change it. I would guess you still can't. Like, it might be your land, but it might have the thing where it's like, oh, you know, you can't, like, restricted area or whatever the dialogue is. Just like even though the farmhouse is on my land that your grandpa has, I cannot delete that. Can you upgrade tractor's horsepower? Some. Some tractors you'll have like a better engine you can put in it. This one does not. So we're not going to go from there. The good news is it did make the stripes this way, so I think there'll be a little bit less of a hard one for our tractor to do. Let's see, Farmer Klein on YouTube did a lapse of the temple. In the description, it said the Hutan Pantai has a massive temple building project that will take 8 years, 8 months from start to finish, and that is if you keep the project fed materials. Ow. To be fair, we are probably 4 or 5 years in now. Which would about track if we think about it, where I said, hey, we're at somewhere around stage 12 or whatever now, stage 11, 12. So we're at 4 or 5 years, and we didn't quite keep it topped off. Then we actually should be relatively on track for what you just said. Well, it's not each month, because you'll have a month they'll take like 24,000 beams, and it only processes about 3,000 beams per month or 4,000 beams per month. So that stage you would put in the materials, and then you'd have to wait 4 or 5 months for it to finish the process. I do think 20 stages sounds about right, give or take a stage or two. You put a spoiler of the materials needed. Gotcha. I keep hoping planks show up because we have been putting regular old planks in there again and again and again. And I keep hoping it'll show up and I just already have like 40,000 planks, or yeah, 40,000 liters of planks in there, and just be like, and we're done. Stage done, just wait. I have no idea if that will be, but it does accept planks, which is why I'm assuming it will eventually. You hope at some point people create an autoloader in this game? Oh, they will. Yeah. The mods are getting worked on. It is just a thing when the game releases, it'll usually do. 12,000 planks, that means I literally have all of the regular planks loaded. And surplus. So that means that's a whole step when we get there that's already done. And we haven't hit that one yet, to my knowledge. It's a lot of things? Oh, yeah. Well, no, just the sheer number of wooden beams we've done, and then cement bags, and then, you know, all the other garbage. And I would expect some other stuff, like maybe frames or something to come into play, or, you know, there's going to be some other stuff that we haven't hit yet, just like finishing touches kind of thing. Planks are the lowest number by far. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Just the beams we probably put in pretty close to, I would guess. Like for long planks, we probably put somewhere in the area of 80, 90, 100 something thousand long beams. Or sorry, long planks. Beams is probably just... No, actually, beams might be ahead of that. But in that same ballpark or whatever. Definitely be a big thing there. Because we had like the one phase alone was 24,000 liters of beams. And it's been almost every single phase we've had to put in like 12,000 or 6,000 beams into it. And then long planks have also been like every other phase too. The cement bags as well as ones, they pop up and there's usually a lot of them and then they disappear for a while. But yeah, that about tracks. If it is 20 stages, that about tracks. And then we're knocking out usually 2 to 3 stages per stream. And each stream is pretty close to a year. Just a little bit shy. I'm hoping this is far enough down that we won't take the... so let's not do that. Yeah, so still want to... I've deliberately been going down this way and then up the other side of seeing if we're down the hill far enough we wouldn't struggle, but we still are. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about it. Because, like, it's one of those things I end up spending and losing a couple of thousand each stage. Is only 4.4? Is that cement bags? That sounds like cement bags. Because cement bags is when we had 1 or 2 big steps, and then a lot of, like, little ones, and we haven't had much more of. Versus planks and beams, we've had a pretty obnoxious amount already. Yeah, cement, yeah. That sounds about right. I'm assuming most of it is just the beams and the long planks. Because like I said, I would guess we're a bit over halfway. If we're a bit over halfway, then, you know, that would line up just about right. All right. The big thing I'm waiting on is I'm waiting on the custom maps, which, like I said, I've heard that the map editor was not out yet. I don't know if that is true or not, but I had heard that's why we haven't seen the edited maps brought forward, is just because the map editor, they have to get a new one for the new engine. Let's see, from the smallest to largest is more than in order of magnitude, but less than 2. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Like I said, I would imagine we are about not quite the 2/3 the waypoint, because like I said, we're somewhere around phase 12, and I've lost track. And I believe we're somewhere around 5 years into this run. I'm pretty sure we can actually check that. And we've mostly kept up with it, not perfect. Where is your years played? 5. Yeah, so we are literally on year 5. So yeah, so we haven't been maximum efficiency, but we've been relatively good. We've only missed a couple months here and there, right at the beginning mostly. So that would imply we are probably about on track, a little bit over halfway. And at this point, I can basically, each month, the moment it gives me a choice, I'm tossing everything into it. And if I stop doing the side contracts, we could actually blast through time relatively quickly. I probably should start doing that too. I've just been doing the side contracts because some of them are pretty good money. go back to being a little bit more picky about our side contracts, maybe. And you are... where? Down there by the city. Alright. Honestly, how much are these contracts worth? 3,000 is probably worth it. The comment in the video says it would take over $6 million to complete. Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me. Because the catch is when they say it's $6 million, that's buying all the materials, but they're also not accounting for the fact that you sell the materials back. So individually ones, they don't cost that much per thing to replace. Because, like, for example, I want to say a thing of the beams is like 4,500 or 5,000 or something like that. So you end up buying that, and if you have to say, like, we have to buy 100 of them. So you go, oh crap, that's like 800,000 or some nonsense. But then I sell them back, and each unit I lose like 400 bucks because I'm buying and selling it back real quick. So it does ultimately mean I have to have the money there, but I do only lose a couple thousand each round. Because that's what I found, is a lot of the steps, even the one that was like 24,000 liters of beams or whatever, you know, it did cost me a pretty substantial amount. But then I sold it back, and it still set me back probably like $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. But comparatively speaking, if I had to just fork it over and lose it all, because I did notice the temple pays you at a better rate than the other locations. Nice flat field, so we don't have to worry about the horsepower being a problem. Alright. Yeah, that's part of the reason I have been also doing the contracts, is to make sure I have enough money and it not be a chore. Because when you've had the ones where I can only buy like one or two, that's when I've missed a month to go and get the cash. Yeah, I do wonder how many stages for these side buildings it's going to be, because that main building on the back was probably something like 8, 9, 10 stages by itself. Probably like 9 stages by itself. Versus the side building, looks like we've already got all our columns up and we're starting to get the next piece up. So it seems like the side buildings might only be 2 or 3 stages each. Excuse me? Why is that one spot missed? Okay, I guess. I guess that spot just was weird terrain and our thing didn't sit low enough or something. All the pads have buildings? Yeah, so what my guess is what'll end up happening is each of the pads after the main one will only be 2 or 3 stages versus the main building was a bunch. Or it could be one of these ones that you get down to all, like, we do the main building, we do the second building, maybe a third building, and then the last 3 buildings come together as one stage. I could see that as well. That's fine. We're still working towards it. We're still trying to build up our farm. I mean, I still think going for the $1 million will take us longer than the temple would. Because part of that will be stop buying stuff once we start making ourselves financially stable enough to just start making money. Okay. And we've got Fuji Thor on their 5 stream streak. Catch the last 5 streams without missing a single one. So thank you for tuning in and just checking out each and every one of the streams. Really do appreciate it. But yeah, no one surprised me. I mean, the answer is we've already invested this much time and effort in the temple. We're just gonna keep going. Like each time the next phase becomes available. Like right now, the only reason we're not doing it is because I already have another pallet of beams coming out. Let's see, how long do you need to be in the stream to get a stream streak? So it varies. It isn't a set thing. The stream streaks are pretty buggy, if we're being honest. Like especially if you're on mobile devices, good luck. But there's basically just a refresh or whatever that happens, and it's not on a set time. Like it's not like, okay, you've been here, you got your flag, you're good. It's just when it does its check. So sometimes it'll pick up within a couple of seconds of joining. Other times you gotta wait like 5, 10, 15 minutes. It's just the way it is. Usually if you're checking out the stream for any meaningful amount of time, you'll typically get credit. But like I said, it is buggy, and it does seem like they aren't really prioritizing it. They've just got other stuff going on, and after the layoff that Amazon had, which hit Twitch, it's just been deprioritized. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And as a reminder, everyone, I am streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is my primary platform. That is where most of my audience is, but you're welcome to watch anywhere and everywhere you'd like. But just the whole thing. So if it ever seems like I'm talking to people who aren't there, it's on the other platform. But yeah, by like comparison, usually I have like 150, 160 people hanging out on Twitch in the evening, and I'll have like, lately it's been much better numbers on YouTube. Much better numbers at around 10 people. Whereas normally it's like 3. And a big part of that is, very unfortunately, when it comes to live streams, YouTube does a pretty underwhelming job that you kind of have to go out of your way to seek out the live streams, and even then, even if you know someone has a live stream, it can be a hassle to find it. So just very, very unfortunately, the experience is not as great over there. But it's not their main money over there on YouTube. Their main money is recorded videos. You catch the end of my streams in the morning coffee? Oh yeah, we got a lot of people. Yeah, especially if you're like in, European and all that. That's where I like a lot of people in Europe wake up to my stream versus a lot of people here in the US go to bed to my stream, which was a deliberate and strategic decision by myself as to what time I would like to stream. Is the way I looked at it is the time frame I aim for. It kind of is an area that is for like English speaking streams was a little bit underserved. They've got like the gap between the US winding down, but European accounts haven't quite wound up yet. So I start like kind of peak US time, and I carry all the way over till right around things start to pick up in the European streamers. So I'm trying to go to like the underserved market to be the carryover from US to European streamer times. At least that's the way I picture it. Because for the most part, other than people like me who are deliberately targeting this time frame, people who are waking up in their normal daytime, about the only demographic that kind of fits this range is there's definitely a number of people in like Australia and New Zealand who, if they stream from their morning to their afternoon or whatever, cover this time frame as well. If my understanding of time is correct, and who knows. So yeah, so I kind of targeted a lower content creator density time frame for English-speaking streams. Which was fun. I remember before South Korea got kicked off the platform, I actually had a pretty large South Korean viewership. Especially when I was playing Project Zomboid, because that game was very popular in Korea. You call you out. It's about 9 o'clock p.m. New Zealand. Yep. Yeah, that was a deliberate decision. Because like you can either stream when there's like the most viewers but also the most streamers, or you can try and go the other way with it when there's the least number of streamers but the viewership is a bit lower. And pros and cons. Everyone has to make their decisions. I just figured for me with growth it'd be easier to grow if I wasn't competing with quite as many people for eyeballs than if I was competing with more. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And it's about 9 a.m. in the Netherlands. Yep. Hey, follower goal of 7,300 has been met, and I still have not come up with an idea. I'm mostly focused on trying to come up with some special thing for 7,500 viewers. Are you from the U.S.? Yes. I am in Central Florida, which I usually won't go more specific than that, but I'm in Central Florida, where it is always hot and it's always muggy, and minus 6 out of 10 would not recommend. How was the hurricane? You're gonna need to be more specific about that. I hate to say it, you're gonna need to be more specific about that. Which hurricane? We had the really bad one that hit earlier this year for where I'm at. I'm luckily nowhere near any of the coasts. So it did make a pretty bad mess of the yard, but honestly, I have had Milton. Yeah, honestly for me, I was fortunate enough that despite getting a fairly direct hit, I was pretty far inland. Like, I only missed the eye wall by a little bit, relatively speaking. And I've been in many eyes of hurricanes at this point, like 5 or 6 of them. Actually, I think 4 or 5. I think 6 is an exaggeration. But despite being such a strong storm, we had no noticeable damage. Like, the only thing that damaged was like the plastic cover for where our internet service comes into the house. The plastic cover got broken off, which I just put it back. So all things considered, that's about what you hope for, because that's basically a nothing burger. And even for the yard work, it did make a mess of the yard, but it ended up being all really easy to clean up stuff versus like downed trees, which are a huge pain in the butt. So all things considered, well, that was probably the worst storm I've had to weather in this house where I live now. I've been in worse when I lived on the coast. Really a nothing burger for me, versus like Irma shredded our roof real bad that we had to have the roof repaired a number of years back. I think the worst hurricane I've been into was, I think it was Hurricane Charlie, that I was in the eye of the storm on the East Coast when I lived over there, and that was one of those ones during the storm and going, did I make a mistake? Like, did I make a mistake in still being here? Because it's too late to remedy that. And this is getting bad. We're getting flooding in one of our rooms because the roof took damage. Like, something struck the roof during the storm. And luckily we were able to repair it, which was terrifying, going up in the eye of the hurricane and just doing the fastest, sloppiest, just taking a tarp and some 1x2s and just screwing them directly into the roof, being like, I got like 5 minutes to do this, it's going down and we're getting back off this roof. And the whole time watching in the distance, all the trees whipping around sideways as everything's eerie and calm, because that's what the eye of a hurricane is like. It's just this tiny little spot in the middle where everything is peaceful and nice, as you're watching trees just do this in the side, like along the side, because of the absolute worst part of the storm. Good times, if you have a very creative way of describing good times. But yeah, it's an experience. I'm kind of glad I got to experience it, because it gives me a very different perspective on things. I feel like until you've been in a natural disaster, like in an actual serious natural disaster, you can't really quantify it. And so you'll just be like, yeah, those storms are really not that bad. And then you go into like a proper one, you're like, no, nature is terrifying. Nature is in charge. We like to moonlight that we're in charge around here. But no, nature's the one really in charge. For everything we've done to tame nature, when nature wants to throw down, we don't even show up. We're like we're like the 5 or 6 year old who goes up to, you know, the big football player or boxer and starts punching them in the shin, thinking we're all tough, and we're only holding in because nature hasn't gotten tired of our crap for the day yet. The moment nature's had enough and kicks us away, we get reminded who's really in charge here. You're glad you don't have any natural disasters in Montana? Yeah, because the only thing you'd deal with actual disasters would be fire. Because does it exist? Congratulations, fire's on the list. Until we have, I mean, even if we lived under the ocean, you'd still have fire. You just have it in the confines of where you live, which is arguably more terrifying. Because that's like a fire in space. Alright, so we got those contracts done. Let's turn that in. Oh, is that where we got? Oh yeah, that's a little one. We can cross the spot. I have my younger brother works in emergency services management. So they're not the firefighter who shows up when the fire happens. They're involved in the ones who go, okay, we have this really large scale fire happening over here. Over there, and over there, they don't have a problem. How many firefighters can you send us with equipment over here to help out? Okay, let's get them over here. All right, power companies, we need you to turn off powers here, here, and here where we're about to have fires. That way, you know, we don't add to the fire and all that kind of stuff. And it's really kind of cool stuff to learn about, but it does mean I get to hear a lot more about disaster preparedness than I necessarily want or need in my life, but also appreciate. You do have wildfires, but you haven't had to deal with them in like 40 years. Yeah, nowadays they do a lot more in almost all the places to do fire prevention. Both in the education for people around it, you know, hey, make sure you put out your fire before you leave. Just honestly, the rate that smoking has gone down has reduced the number of fires an incredible amount. Because, you know, people not tossing their matches and cigarettes and having it land in like dry brush and then setting that ablaze. You know, as fewer and fewer people are doing fireworks, that's also reduced the amount of wildfires by a considerable amount because that causes, you know, a decent number of fires every year. And then also going into areas and doing the, like, hey, absolutely the heck no fires, everything's dry right now rules. We get those from time to time in Florida where it's like, everything's dry. If we catch you burning a fire that isn't like, you know, you've got a permit for it and everything, there will be hell to pay. Like, we're in a no fire time right now. What? Could you... Excuse me? Are you not gonna attach? You doing all right there, forklift end? I kind of need you. Let's just shove it a little ways. Okay. I might have to reset it or something. Because I'm hitting the button. But you are not... Oh, I can't get out. There we go. I came to the realization that I couldn't get out of the vehicle. It's like, oh, my controls are just not working in this vehicle right now. Alright, that's a very different problem than I thought I had. How close are you? You literally need 1 liter more of both the wood beams and all that. So we're gonna give that another second. Did I already turn in the contracts? No, I didn't. So let's get our money. Hey, we're not gonna do another contract right now. Yeah, because I don't want to do any of these other ones. We're gonna need just wait just a second here. We need just 1 more liter. There you go. Because that's the only reason we hadn't done stuff yet today. Oh, and also I should probably go here and say, hey, let's bring our time back down. Actually change, well, it's probably fine. Because we'll drop this off for the cash. And then we'll go to the warehouse. Pick up more. And I'll take the truck first. And then come back again with the, That's fine, we're just shifting it over. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm just balancing the load, that's all. Don't worry about it. Nice and balanced. It's really not, but we can pretend. It's more balanced than it would have been if I stacked on top like I actually been planning to. But we're definitely taking this first, and the reason I'm driving this over there first is just in case I definitely drive it flawlessly and don't roll it over onto its side or any of the forklift to move it. It means I have to drive the forklift past it anyways. Versus if I send the forklift first and then I roll it over, which definitely is not a thing I'm going to do. Then I would have to turn around and bring the forklift back. And I call it the forklift. It's a tractor with a forklift attachment when I need a forklift. Okay. It's just a little two wheels. It's fine. Yeah, so we could drop all this off. And after that, we could take it to the warehouse to grab a bit more materials to get this phase of the temple locked in. Just the amount of up on two wheels I'm managing to pull off is not thrilling. Yeah, so we got two things of long planks, one thing of beams, and a couple regular planks. That's fine. Then we can go figure out how many long planks I need. Sorry, how many beams I need, because I think we're down to beams. It's fine, whatever. Whatever we need, we'll go buy it. We'll ship it over to the temple. Get the stage moving along. And I'm assuming one of the next stages will be to get more of the shingles for the roof, or roof tiles, or whatever they call them. Tiles, they're probably tiles. And we'll probably get all that sorted. Okay. So I'll drop these off, then we'll take the truck over to the warehouse. I will need to go and grab, well, we'll go to the warehouse, we'll buy all the things I need, then I'll go back, grab the tractor with the forklift extension, run over here, load up the truck, and get this dropped off. Yeah, so there's an extra 8,000, that is profit, well, revenue. Yeah, so we actually have a little bit of the wood beams and that in there, but we need quite a few more. So here's hoping we actually see more steps out of that. Yeah, so I can't actually see the progress on the other one. That's fine. When I get the rest of the materials, I'll check to see. I'm curious if they'll build one building at a time, or they'll, like, for the other buildings, they'll do, like, put up all the columns, then all the supports, then all that. Like the supports for holding the columns together, I mean. Like, I'd assume it goes one building by one building, because that's normally how you build that stuff. Because having the columns standing without the supports holding them in place first. Thinking to follow, welcome to stream. Does mean you have a lot more risk of stuff causing the columns to fall over, versus once you get all the supports and the roofs and all that, that's kind of locked in. That, you know, it's the final product. It should only break if something goes horrifically wrong, like someone slamming a vehicle into it or something, which I definitely wouldn't do on accident. I don't appreciate those accusing glares. I probably wouldn't with that one because it's on the other side of water and I have to drive upstairs. Other ones, I make no promises. Ah, I thought. Wait, we're fine. It's perfect. It's almost like turning pretty close to 90 degrees going 55 miles per hour without slowing down is a little tough for a vehicle. Stuck the landing? Exactly. All right. So we just park ourselves up here. $53 County Road, bad streamer? Hey. I got things to do. That makes it okay, right? I'm in a hurry. And if I'm in a hurry, it's not a big deal, right? Okay, so long planks. I need... It's looking like 8. And then for the beams, I need 10. That's more than I could do in one time. All right, that's fine. So go over here. Let's get the 10 beams first. Or as many as I can afford, because I don't think I can actually buy 10. Oh, no, I can afford that. And now we go get our tractor. How much longer do we plan on staying live? Normally I should go about 1 more hour. Is most likely we'll be staying live. It could be that if I'm not at a good break point, I'll go longer than that, because I do that a lot, where, like, you know, I'm in the middle of a task, I hit the end of the stream, and it's like, I'll just go the extra half hour, whatever it takes to knock out the task. So, an hour, and then maybe a little bit more, give or take. Is about what you should expect. Because normally I just stream from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST is my official, like, what I block in as my schedule. All right. So you keep up the streams, love the content. Well, thank you. I do apologize if any of that's picked up on the mic. My mute button's wearing out on this, and I do try and keep an eye on them when I have to, like, clear my throat or anything that, you know, people find unpleasant, understandably. That, I haven't had it happen too much, but the mute button on my microphone's pretty dodgy at this point. It needs to be replaced. Which I might have fun things to share soon about a lot of things. But I gotta wait to share those things, because not all of them are set in stone yet. I also got things that I can't talk about, which I would love to, but I can't. And you just gotta live with the fact that I know things that I can't share. That way we both have to suffer. And the good news is you won't be able to guess even the context they're in. And if you start trying to guess, I'm going to tell you to stop. Because I don't want to get in trouble. Because then I stop getting the fun stuff. Are aliens real? Yeah, there's people from other countries. Spill the tea? I don't have any tea. I bet you have a birthday coming next year. It's a secret. Aw, come on. Look. You didn't need to just throw that out there. The least you could do is make them work for it a little bit. But yeah, no, definitely I wouldn't be sharing. Because like I said, if I reveal things, then I stop getting things given to me because I'm an unreliable and untrustworthy source then. Hey, no passing. I know the dotted line in the middle of the road. You might think that means passing okay, but that's because you're a silly American. But here in non-specific East Asian country, it actually means no passing. That's not true. But for my own headcanon, it is true that this person behind me does not get to pass. Hey, back off. I'm also going to pretend in this fictional place that I am supposed to drive in the exact middle of the road in the tractor to discourage people from passing. It's just safety. We may disregard safety in every other place, but for purposes of people passing you, why is the yellow dotted lines? Does that mean you can pass the dish? No, we just covered that you're not allowed to pass there. I have no idea. Like I said, this specific map is a non-specific East Asian country, so it's not Japan, it's not Korea, it's not China, it's not Indonesia, it's none of these. It's all of these, it's whatever. It's some vague, overish there conglomeration mixing of them. Just like the Sri Lanka map is non-specific East European, and Riverbend is non-specific, like, southern U.S. West wetlands kind of area. Another secret. Rual's full of them tonight. Alright, it's been a little while since we've horrifically overfilled our truck. So all 10 of these beams are going on this truck in one trip. Is it going to be top heavy? Yes. Is it going to want to flip very easily? Yes. Is the load most likely going to be horrifically unbalanced? Also, yes. Am I going to do it anyways? This would also be a yes. Is it a bad idea? Absolutely, without question, yes. But, hear me out, why make 2 trips when I can make 1? That's just efficiency. And everyone knows you cannot spell efficiency with the word safe. There's just no S. Actually, there is an S. Wait. I can't mentally think of the spelling. I have to actually, like, type it. Yes, there's no S. I don't know why I was really seconding. Yeah, well, it was the second one. It was the second one. I was like, wait. I was like, I'm pretty sure that was a C. But then, like, trying to picture the word in my mind was just not happening. Scoot you on in there. No B either. There's no B in safe either. There's also no A. That is correct. That's even more evidence that safe and efficiency don't go together. It's still so weird that that happens. So I could fix this by just going up here and going nudge. Block that in really tight this time. Okay. Because we're fitting 10 of these suckers on here. And right now we're only up to 4. There's no effing way. I know. I'm gonna still try. I caught the joke. I know how to syllables. All right. So 2 more. The real dangerous 2 are the 2 that go on the very tippy top. Okay. Are these current objective life goals? I mean, real life me doesn't need a temple. I'd take the $1 million though. There we go. Just sort of snug it up a little tighter there. Okay. I should not have pushed that far. We could fix this. Because what I could do is I could put you down, scooch back, pick it up way on the edge, and now put it on there. Alright, so there's 8. I hope this game is realistic enough that you would get pulled over by the Department of Transportation for unsafe travel with those things. Oh yeah, no, we joked about that before. I had one that I think was stacked even higher than that. I think I put 12 on there, so the absolute most I've done. And yeah, we joked. People were like, oh, this would happen, that's happened. It's like, you know what really happened is the very first police officer who saw you would pull you over and say, get the off the road. They'd write you a ticket. They say, if I catch you on the road again, you're going to jail. Get a second truck. No, wait. That's fine. It didn't like the word load by itself. Sex-based term. Good job, Automod. You're protecting us all. As long as you're moving slow, your flash is on. So you can't touch you. Oh no, here there definitely are limitations on what you can get away with. I remember when I was in high school, we had one of the other students. It wasn't someone I knew particularly well, but I had recognized their truck. So they had a truck that the frame had rusted out. And so I don't know exactly how it's hooked up because I never got a good look at it. But the back part of the frame, they ended up replacing the metal parts with 4x4 planks of wood, and then mounting like the rear axle and all that to it. And like most of the front of the cab was just normal. And they were driving that around for like literally years, like 2-3 years. And then they got pulled over, and the person said, if I ever catch this car on the road again, you're like, don't let me ever catch you on the road again like that. Florida's so relaxed with requirements that you could be driving a car on fire as long as your blinkers work. Niggeroo plate, slaps hood, good to go. That's not been the experience I'm aware. Usually the cops don't bother you unless it's like really egregious. But yeah, no, they'll pull you over for stuff like not having mirrors and all that kind of garbage. But usually it's not a thing that they'll go out of their way for. Yes, we are driving really slow because this thing is gonna go right over if I get any type of real speed and try and turn. I mean, we are carrying 10,000 liters of wood beams. I don't know what the maximum load for this truck is, but I can assure you it is less than what we currently have on here. Considering I've got my speed limit set to 24, and it's really kind of struggling. Man, I definitely have known 1 or 2 people growing up who they had a car that the police were like, yeah, this thing is not legal for the road. Don't let me catch you driving it on the road anymore. That truck being the outlier, because like literally they replaced the frame with wood. Like, I didn't get to see the truck before it had that alteration, but I'm sure it had to be pretty bad for you to be like, let me get rid of the steel and instead put a 4x4 of pine. Even at 20, it's wibbly wobbling a little bit as we turn. I also knew a guy, I don't remember, I'll say it was a Corvette, but I don't remember what he was actually driving. That's not going to work out for you, truck. Good job. But, I also knew a guy that, it was while I was working out in the Space Center area, there's this road called State Road 3. It's a really scenic road. Like, you go out there, it's nothing but, like, beach and river and wetlands along the whole thing. Like, very little development because it's a nature preserve and all that. So you can drive it along there. And it's not a very fast road. It's like 45 miles an hour or whatever for most of it. I think there's a couple spots where it gets a little higher and a little lower. But generally not a fast drive. It's a really good ride for, like, on a motorcycle if you just want a relaxing cruise. But it's all nature the whole way, and then you go by like the Space Center part of it, like the edge of the Space Center before you get into the restricted area, where the touristy part of it is. And you go out there. And we were out by the touristy part of it, it's where we worked. I was a coworker of mine. And I don't remember what his car was. I'm gonna say it's a Vet, but I genuinely, it was a sports car, that's all you need to know. It was a sports car. And he got pulled over going something like 115 or 120 in a 40. And he got a citation, and it's basically like, you're required to sell your car within this period of time, or you're going to jail because you're over 3 times the speed limit. Apparently, when you're that fast, I think it's over double the speed limit, they can skip to right to sending you to, you know, basically taking you and putting you in arrest and putting you into jail for you know, basically horrifically over. And you know, you can still go to court for sentencing or whatever. I don't know the process there. But basically, once you hit a certain excess, it can be jail-worthy. That you get a, I think it's a misdemeanor charge for reckless endangerment or something. And it's basically like you got, I think it's like 60 days or something like that to sell your car, or I am going to throw you in jail. Because he was a teenager, and so he was just trying to get him to not kill himself, and very, very clearly him and that car were not a healthy combination. And to his credit, he did sell the car. Like, I don't know if the police officer could actually do it, but he was enough over the speed limit. It could have been, yep, you're under arrest. You're charged with a misdemeanor reckless driving. All right, let's make sure that was enough beams and I didn't miscalculate. All right, wood beams. What's that? I'm short one wood beam. All right, so I need one more thing of wood beams. No, yes. I need one more thing of wood beams than I have. And I need 9 things of long planks. Okay, remember that, chat. 9 long plank, 1 wood beam. So we're taking another batch of 10. Let's see, Morgan Autobrand still uses ash frame. It's a pliable wood and supports the body structure. There's still some semi-wood frame, brand new cars that are sold. Yeah, but this wasn't like doing like actually proper good wood. This was like literally they just went to Home Depot, got some plywood, or sorry, not some plywood. They went to Home Depot, they got some pine 4x4s, and then just bolted a truck that is never meant to have a wood frame to it. So it was not a properly engineered job. It was, I have an engine, I got some bolts, let's shove it through this, and it's probably fine. And like I never rode in it, so I don't know how, like, did it ride smoothly, did it ride rough? Like I have no idea about that. But it was well outside of street legal. I mean, to be fair, like the doors and all that were rusting out, and like exhaust was clearly not in good shape. So it may not even been the 4x4s that the thing that got it in trouble, but it was very clearly a car. They're like, yeah, this car's not okay for the road. That said, the cops by the high school were jerks. Which, to be fair, the high schoolers were also jerks to them back, so it may not justify it, but you can understand if everyone's always yelling at you and creating drama, you probably eventually start doing it back. The number of people who try to get by with speeding to school always blew my mind. It's like, you know the cops are just waiting for you. Alright, so 9 long plank and a wood beam. So 1 wood beam. And 9 long planks. So exact same thing, not quite as heavy. At least I don't believe it's heavy. I'm feeling especially lazy this time. Let's just shove these 4 here. Can you pick this up without tipping forward? We're about to find out. Okay, that seems stable. I remember before we had that truck when we were just doing this every time, grabbing like as many of those as I could get on those forks and then trying to drive it there every day. We did it, but there was definitely some tenuous ones where the forklift was like constantly lifting off its back wheels for just a second. You know what? I should have been doing that this whole time. Because now I can grab the next 4 the same way, I believe. Assuming there's that many in a row. And we can stack the other ones on there. I'll see if I can do the back. The back ones might be a problem. The same idea. Grab the front. Just slide right on up till those are in groups. Pick you up. Alright. Nah, they shifted quite a bit. It's not what I wanted, but that's okay. All right. Hey, cart, do you mind? I'm working here. This parking lot is not a place you should be U-turning. Yeah, that's definitely stable. Let's strap all that in real fast. We're definitely going to be hanging over on that right side. Car, you're making my life difficult, you know that? Here's the beams. Try some a little different this time. Try and make it a little less quite as awfully unbalanced. Okay. And tractor is slowly getting to maximum grunge. So then my plan is to just take that one that's up there and just shove it on up. So bonk. You literally have made it so I cannot move, Van. Alright, well, I'm going over your hood. Think about what you've done. Van, you're the worst. Well, you suck, man. Get out of here. It honestly probably would have been fine too. It wasn't for that van just rolling in. And where did the van even go? Yeah, no, I didn't see it U-turn though. It must have been just behind the tree, because usually they just turn around real quick there, and then they go back down the road. And now when I was waiting for the van to go by, I just didn't see it. It may have just been I didn't see it because of the tree. But let's try this again without the van rolling in. It's gonna be perfect because I'm gonna get here, I'm gonna get just about into place, and like a sedan's gonna roll in behind me and do the exact same thing. So I do that till it tips. Perfect. I have no idea if that made it any better, but you know, it's fine. Because my thought is that'll be more centered this time. But we shall see. I'm still gonna baby this poor thing, because I definitely see we are way over the wheel on that right side. So I could definitely see us going over pretty easily from that side. Yeah, now we have 9,000 liters of long planks and 1,000 liters of beams. Oh, I'm barely going anywhere, and that's wibbly. Hi, train. Barely, like, wibble wobbling on that right side. Okay. But that's all of the temple stuff in like one trip. Now granted, well, 2 trips. Now granted, reality of what you should do is probably load this up half as much. And just take the extra trip. It might even be faster. But hear me out. I don't wanna. Can't even see the front of the truck because of all the boxes piled so high. If we sit in here, everything looks fine. Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. It's all good. Forget the fact that my rear view mirror is literally nothing but wood. That I physically cannot see my other mirror over there. It's just wood. That's all that's there. Alright, so let's go ahead and get up here. We can drop this off of the temple. That'll be... I'm not going to fight this little car. Go on by. I was going to swerve to cut him off. I'm like, no, we're leaning pretty hard. Every time I do a little nudgy nudge, I can see the car tip just a little to the right. And that tells me I'm just like one little nudgy nudge from going right over that side. Oh, slow down. I can see us going up on 2 wheels there. Okay, almost there. And once that's done, there'll be another step for the temple locked in. And And then we'll be ready to advance the day, I believe. Alright, so this is the place we gotta be real careful, because we roll off that right side, we lose all the wood. Because it'll be in the drink, and I won't have a meaningful way to get it back. Not the equipment I've got. I'll just send more and more equipment to their grave to be reset if I try. Alright, almost there. Now we can take a quick peek to see what we've got.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. You said, little froggos. Then you go back and look what I'm actually hauling and going, oh yeah, that's great. Okay, so is that all correct? I have way more. I actually got way more long planks than I need, and I have more of that. Cool, cool, cool. So we're good. I mean, we're gonna need them in the next stage anyways, I'm sure. Or if not, the stage after that. So what I'm curious is we saw that we were putting up the, Okay, so they're putting up walls over here. Yeah, because I saw that we were doing the columns on the last stage. So this stage we're putting up the walls. So that's what we're Oh, I can't walk in that. Okay. Yeah, so getting our walls set up, so that's good news. Oh yeah, like, this one I can walk through, but this one, that's a wall. I'm assuming this will be the door in and out. But with all that said, we can leave all those just the way they are. Any contracts I cannot live without. No. Alright, and we get to harvest the next in-game day, right? Yes. So with that, let's double check our production lines are fine. Yeah, sawmill's a little low, but right now I'm going to ignore it for just a second. It will run out the next day, so we'll probably need to deal with the day after that. So we'll end up going a bit long tonight just because I'm going to start harvesting these rice fields. And then once I start those, I'm not going to want to stop until they're done. So what is going to happen is I'm going to advance the day, and I'm going to use the restroom real fast because I really need to use the restroom real fast. So get that set up. But what I can do is I'll get the rice harvester in place, and I will start the AI working on it for just a second while I use the restroom, then I'll take it back over. Okay, anything I can't live without purchase-wise. I mean, that's not a bad foraging wagon, and that's a really good price if I decide to do grass at some point. But that won't help me with any contracts, and I'm not planning on focusing on grass. Any contracts we simply cannot live without? No, it's red beets. I mean, that's a pretty good contract there. We actually do have some pretty solid contracts. Let's check the temple. Real fast. Because that ran overnight. Yeah, so we look at that. We've got most of the walls up now. Not all of them, but a good, like, half of them. So that's good news. So it does look like the other temples are going to be built quite a bit faster than the main one. Well, the other buildings are going to be built faster than the other one. And we are just churning away at it. There's enough in there that we can't refill it. Like, it's not going to go through those materials today. Okay, so you're still in relatively good maintenance. And so like I said, what I'm going to go ahead and do here, so you grab the AI and let it start that, because I need to use the restroom in a big way. So I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, work on this field for me. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and take a minute, and I'm going to step away for a couple minutes to quickly use the restroom, stretch my legs, grab a drink, while this gets started, and I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. And also, I'm going to run the ad while we're here, because it's about to happen in like 10 minutes anyway, so I'm just going to do it while I'm taking my break anyways. So I'll be back. Okay, so I see it's doing silly stuff. Let's stop it, because forget all of what you're doing. Steering assist on, do that. You're down, you're on. There we go, much better. Yeah, so the hope is this time we should get a much, much better yield than the last time. And we should also get a, I mean, we'll get a better yield. That's the intent. We'll get a better yield and make more money. I am going to put it all into our preserving thing, because that should give us the best bang for our buck for the rice. Okay. It's so weird that doesn't quite catch the edge of that field. It's fine. And it does already seem like we're getting a better yield than we did before by a considerable margin. And the reason I can say that is the last time we got a good chunk through the field before we started filling up. And we haven't quite finished our head rows, and we're already over a third pull. So that's pretty encouraging. The one thing I am realizing is while I've got my trailer I can fill up and all that, I don't have it well positioned for that right now. And my tractor to move it is on the other side of the map. But that's okay. I mean, worst case for right now, it's probably not a whole lot slower for me to just drive this to the building we're preserving the stuff at real quick and just drop off. Until we see it get full. All right. Yeah, so I don't have like the absolute maximum yield I could get out of this, but we've got it pretty solid. One thing I have noticed that's interesting is the rice hasn't said, oh, needs lime, needs this, needs that. I'm gonna scrape off this like little spot here. This field's not profitable to have, so small. You can make a profit on it when we have, but yeah, no, it's definitely too small. But this is one of 4 fields we have. So I've got the 3 fields here that are honestly very small, and then I've got that one somewhat larger field at 27. So we do actually make money on this, but yeah, it's not a lot of money per harvest. You think remove and place animals at that spot? The moment I have animals, I gotta go through all the animal stuff. So I'll have to have feed, I have to go and get the animals, I have to invest in all that. Which we can make happen. But also, this is one of the new crops. And for the dare drops, I had to do this for the new crops. And so I bought all the equipment to do it. And since with the Zero to Hero I have been refusing to lease anything, I've already bought this equipment. And if I sell it back, I'm going to take a pretty hard hit. So, I'm happy with it. Plus, I did a whole bunch of math on what crops are the most profitable and all that. And rice came in, I believe, was like 5th. The regular rice. That the, you know, expense to revenue ratio ends up being like 5th most profitable crop. That's not getting into production lines and yada yada yada. I'm just gonna snipe the end here since I missed that spot. That's just raw if you do like the lime, the rolling, the plowing, all that for all the crops and all that. But yeah, no, I already mentioned that previously what I would likely do is as we get like a really big field and all that, I would probably get rid of this field and the 2 other small rice fields here and turn them into some type of production building, like, you know, put in a flour mill or, you know, whatever, a cannery, whatever is appropriate for what I'm doing. We haven't committed to any of the later stuff. Let's see, you're keeping rice just for flour because it's an Asian map. It must have thing. Yeah. Well, it's got a thing. It's the new thing. I was going to do it. Even if someone told me it's like you literally lose money, like it's not worth it, which you don't. I would still have done it because it's the new thing. People would want to see it. I would like to experience it. Because I'll do all the crops. Like we've harvested all the crops, but I haven't grown from start the... That's not what I want. We haven't grown from start the spinach, the green beans, all that stuff. We'll get there. Eventually. I'm still kind of waiting for the Survivor Man maps to show up. When the Survivor Man maps show up, then we'll check out a whole lot of that stuff. Like, it slowly build up from pretty much nothing to what we can make happen. I have been keeping a close eye on how much I fill up per row. Because pretty soon I need to drop off, and I think for drop off, like I said, I'm gonna probably just go to the production line, just drop it right there since it's not far from here. It's just around that corner. It's like basically along the side of that next field down the hill. Yeah, this will be our last pass, because this will put us to like 90-something%, and then if we try and do another lap, I'll run out of room before we get there. Because I've got my trailer, but my trailer's right there, and it's right there, so I don't see a point in doing both. When I go to do the field down the hill, that's probably the one I'll want to, Yeah, I think with the Survivor Man challenge, the rice is going to be a really good crop. It's very cheap to get off the ground, which is a really, really big thing for Survivor Man challenges. Getting that initial start on actual stuff is big. It pays relatively well. It doesn't need a lot of space before it starts being at least okay. So if you are on like just one tile of land, the moment you can get up and running, you also get a ton of different production line options for it. So very well could be one of those things that you can go, okay, thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. So it could definitely be one of those ones that, like, if you're like, well, later on I want to get into grains, well, okay, then you can get the grain mill once you get enough, or sorry, you can get a flour mill once you get enough rice production going to buy the flour mill, and then you can start feeding the flour into there to get a little extra money. Or at the same time, you're like, no, 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 I don't want to go the direction of flour. That's fine. You can go the direction of oil, and that'll work. So it is nice, and that is very versatile. Yep. Saving on weeds, lime, and other equipment. Oh, yeah. Well, and even the harvester, I want to say it's like 90,000 or something like that. Which, when you consider like the grain harvesters and all that, they get really expensive. And then almost all the other stuff have like specialty harvesters like 2, 3, 400,000. I think the only crop that is cheaper on the harvester front is the vegetables, but then, you know, then you're doing, you know, carrots and dumping them into boxes. And you still got to buy all your other junk to go with it. Alright, I'm going to mute my mic for a moment and try and finish my dinner I've been neglecting with all that. The harvester is very compact, and it looks like a survival tractor. Yeah. Well, it's like, and the seeder is actually super cheap, too. You also weirdly can get away without, like, having to plow the field and everything. Alright, well, I'm going to mute my mic, finish my food while this is going on. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, as Jay Walker said, right now, because we are doing like a run where I basically have no loans or leases and all that kind of stuff. So, logger, this harvester looks like some kind of same bug as a planter. Yeah, but because we have so limited supplies to work with, I got set up with the rice early on because it was the cheapest tile of land and the cheapest I could get to physically producing some kind of crop. There we go. So I set up with this, but because I am dealing with such limited funds, I don't have any other crops right now. Now, we have expanded to the point where we've got 4 fields. One of them's a pretty respectable size, and then these other 3 are really tiny fields. But the other one's basically a full... It's like just a hair under a full acre, whereas these are each about half to like 2/3 of an acre each. But what we can do is once we get that... Let's see. And realistically... Let's see. And when you think realistically, it's hard to imagine... a bigger machine in the wet fields. I think that's really the idea behind why they have such small harvesters for rice. Is just the nature of, with the ground so damp, if you had too heavy of a machinery, you'd just get stuck. You just bog down and get stuck. It'd be hard to do without tearing up the ground. That said, I can understand why this crop, despite being fairly lucrative, will probably not be people's most popular one. I like it because it's very different. Like I said, I believe with my tests, it was the 5th most profitable crop if you sell it as the actual crop on the day it sells for the most. And that's going through everything you can do to up its production, up its yield. It's like making sure it's like max fertilizer, all that stuff. Sorry, not 5th, 6th most profitable. I was off by 1. I just pulled up my little chart here just to check. It was 6th most profitable crop. It's basically tied for that position with parsnips. The single most profitable one is sugar beets, followed by potatoes. Then spinach. Yeah, but parsnips are hard to harvest? Yes. So if you actually look at it, all the vegetable crops, for the most part, rank relatively high, all things considered, from a profitability scale. But they're a pain. But yeah, no, I mean, but that's the thing. Spinach is 2nd most valuable. But it's one of those things that, like, the beauty of spinach is it's relatively easy to harvest and all that, and it's actually not that bad time-wise. But apparently with spinach, you get to harvest it twice a year, which is where the magic comes in. So you plant it once, you get 2 harvests out of this, you know, the same plant, which is ridiculous. I don't think we have any other crop like that. I mean, I guess grass if you want to count it. And even if you only harvested it once, it would still do relatively good, the spinach would. It'd still be like top 10. It'd be kind of in par with like oats and all that if you only harvested it once. Yeah, my understanding from what I tested with it, it did seem like it got 2 harvests for 1 planting. Yeah, I did. I'm second guessing myself, but yeah, no, it was 2 harvests for 1 planting. Come on. Yeah, so for the spinach, like its harvest season is the whole year. But But yeah, so that makes it the second most valuable crop or whatever. And then potatoes third. I keep saying them backwards, not. Yeah, sugar beets is the best, spinach is second, potatoes is third, sugarcane is fourth, carrots is fifth. Sixth is split between rice and parsnips, are within $100 of each other, so I put them in the same one. Then cotton, then red beet, then peas. Then you have, for the next one, the next tier, all within $100 of each other, is oats, barley, wheat, soybeans, green beans, and long grain rice. And then the next one is corn, sorghum, and sunflowers are all within 100. Then canola, then olives, and grapes. Grapes being the absolute worst. Which shouldn't be that way. Like, I don't care what is in real life. For as much of a pain in the butt as grapes and olives are, they should at least be, you know, average. And I have all that in Discord, by the way. For those who want to go in, we have a farming simulator channel, and I put it there with the spoiler tag. That's not where I wanted to go. Okay. Did you all that from some kind of knowledge-based test calculate yourself? I did test myself. Off stream, what I did is I basically set up where I had like gave myself all like, you know, not dev mode, but I gave myself where I could just give myself like unlimited money and equipment and all that. Got myself kind of the best equipment I could for each one, and I had one field. So I just used the same field for everything, which the only thing that got weird was the rice, turning it into a rice field. But I made sure it had the same number of acres when I made it. But I went through and every single field, I planted it, I rolled it, I limed it, I fertilized it. Then I harvested it and I sold it at peak season. Yeah, no, actually, it wasn't that bad to test it because it wasn't a particularly large field. It was a pretty small field, and I just knocked it out real fast. And so what I picked up the stones. So what I actually did is I went through and I plowed the field, got rid of all the stones, put down the lime, saved the game, made a backup of the save, then put down the first crop. Sorry, I did say lime, yeah. Put down the first crop. Went through, did the fertilizer, did the rolling, did all that garbage. Got to the end and harvested. Fast forward time to when it was at the best market, sold the whole bunch. And, you know, did the calculation at that from how much did I put in it so far as... I didn't count the purchase of the equipment, that wasn't calculated into it. But, like, the gas, the maintenance on the vehicles, all that kind of stuff. The amount... I mean, the fertilizer would be the same with all of them. I basically took all the expenses related to it, and then turned around and went to the end. And that does mean there are some crops that maybe when you scale up the field larger, it might help out a little bit, just with the nature of it. You might actually be able to get a little bit better cost by using a smaller tractor for the same field or whatever. So there would be that's the reason I went ahead and I rounded to the nearest 100, as opposed to just taking the exact dollar figures, was just because there's enough margin of error from all of those like little nuanced differences that you wouldn't be able to reasonably use those numbers as exactly there and be like, this is gospel. There'd be some fuzziness. So yeah, so that thing can carry a lot of rice. So the order should be about right. Now, once you start including the cost of equipment, then stuff will swing around wildly. Like if you say cost of equipment over the course of like 2-3 years, then some of the ones with the specialty equipment will be like way outliers for being expensive. But I'm not super worried about that. And the reason I was doing all that was I probably could make a YouTube video of that. but that's not what my plan for, was it? My plan is for when I go to do the Survivor Man challenge. I did that, and I also did calculations for what would be like the minimum to get a lot of these ones off the ground, where I could basically do all the important steps for making them get those kind of money. So like I didn't count the rolling in my cost for getting the stuff in line. Just like what would it cost me to plow, lime, fertilize, that kind of thing. And very genuinely, rice is one of the cheapest. Actually, was rice the cheapest? I don't have that noted down. I want to say it was like rice and the root vegetables were the cheapest to get off the ground for actual crops. And that's rice, not long grain rice. Because the moment you start doing like the other crops, now you have to worry about the fertilizer and all that. Because rice I found when you repeat goes of it, you do get 100% fertilizer. Roy said, I thought I heard a tornado. I think we did have a tornado. Because that doesn't look like I had missed it with something. That looks like damage. Luckily, it seems like the natural disasters, they do damage our crops, but it seems pretty insignificant amount of damage. Just like it'll cost you a couple $100 here and there. You know, it was fun testing that. The ones I didn't like doing the most were the olives and the grapes. Those are the ones that put the biggest wild card. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Because I didn't pack them in as tightly as possible. But because you do place them yourself, technically, maybe if you're slightly more precise than me, maybe you got a little bit more. But considering they were about half of the value from like 2 or 3 higher, they're terrible. Olives and grapes are like an outlier for just being bad when it came to what they pay. Now, it's also something that production lines may make something that like, oh, this one ranks here. Like, soybeans don't get a production line, so they can't get better than where they're at with 10. But like, it very well could be that, you know, once you involve production lines, some of those ones are in like 10th or 12th place, may be able to bounce themselves up to like 5th or 6th. Because, for example, being able to make flour and then use the flour to make bread or cake or whatever. That once you add those multiple tiers, suddenly the grains go from being like 10th to maybe landing at like 5th or 4th. I don't know. I didn't test that. This new here. What are the blue and green lines? If you don't mind asking, that is steering assist. So in Farm Sim 25, no mods involved. If you hold the button to hire a helper, you'll see this. And this is basically what logic the AI is going to use. You can also click over here to steering assist, and it'll give you kind of the same grid, and you can change it if you want. But what happens is you'll see that orange line. When I hit the helper button with that selected, I lock onto that. And so I'm only going to hit the cruise control. And my vehicle will right itself and put it on that track. And then the blue lines is how wide the equipment is going to actually cover. So it can be really nice for stuff like, you know, the fertilizer thing on the back. Where, you know, it's got a really wide radius, but there isn't something to very distinctly see the line. It gives you a good way of indicating that. But you'll notice when I turn a whole bunch of white lines will appear. Those white lines are the lines that will ultimately follow. So you see all those white lines. I will turn... Well, actually, I'm going to back up a little bit because I want to catch this one on the edge. But I'll turn yellow and put the blue lines around it. And then I hit the button that you'd hire for the worker. Turn on cruise control. Yep. Let's see. If you do survival with mushrooms... Let's see. If you do survival, you would do mushrooms and some crop with the straw. Yeah, you can do that. Honestly, it's a very normal strategy when you do a Survivor Man challenge to try to get enough money for a greenhouse. Just because once you get a greenhouse and a means of filling up the greenhouse, even if you mess up literally everything else, you have a way of making a consistent and reliable income. And it's a pretty decent income out of the greenhouses as well. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. So it is one of those things that it costs very little to get started. So yeah, more than likely when I do the Survivor Man Challenge, I will start the same way as you usually always do, which you start with $0 of chainsaw and a dream, and you give yourself one segment of land because that's what is required to function. Anything less and you physically can't make money, and therefore the challenge is dead on arrival. And then usually you'll cut down a bunch of trees on your tile to make yourself your early money. And then what you can do is turn around from there and buy whatever it is to get your first stuff. And if you have enough trees on your property and you sell them all, you can potentially just skip right to getting some type of crop going. But that just means you get basically absolutely no money for most of the year, then one big chunk, and then absolutely no money, and then one big chunk. And it's kind of rough to do that for a number of reasons. Versus if you get a greenhouse, you're producing goods all year, and you can sell them as one big lump. And if you don't even have the vehicle to ship them yourself, you can sell directly from the greenhouse to the store. And it takes a pretty nasty cut when you do that. It's something like a 40% loss in the profit you could make if you sell directly to it, because the idea is you paid your worker to ship it or whatever. And then it also does sell at whatever that price is each month, not waiting for the peak. Are there strawberries in the game? In the greenhouse, yes. So you don't go and do the thing where you build up like the little ridge and then plant it in there. Instead, you just put water into a greenhouse and out comes a box of strawberries over a period of time. Well, a pallet of strawberries. But they are in the game, but they are a greenhouse good. That is one thing I want, is I do want us to get strawberries that are not through a greenhouse. So you do the thing where you build up like the big ridge, you cover with the plastic, you poke the hole in the top to plant the strawberries. But that is not how it works in the game. It is a greenhouse good. I would need to know more crops that you do it that way. I think there's types of onions you grow in that same manner where you build the ridge up and all that. I just don't know what other crops there are. But I think that would be fun if we got 2 or 3 things. Asparagus? I don't know, maybe. Like, that's a thing, I don't know. I have no idea how you grow that. And you can harvest strawberries all year round. So in this game, the way they present the climate, the answer would be no. Because it's just one of those things that you have a freeze here and your strawberry plants would die during the freeze. Because, like, it's snow on the ground freeze. I could also go for some other weird plants, like pineapples and all that. The crop I really want to see, though, if I had the choice of literally, and people who've been here for a while know I always bring this up when this topic comes up, is I want to see, like, an actual orchard. I'm not even picky about what plants we get. I don't care if it's apples, pears, pecans, walnuts. You know, don't care if it's, like, tree nuts or fruit or citrus or anything. I want an orchard, like a proper orchard, but do like the machinery kind of thing. Like it would be like the nut trees. The way you have the machine is they go and they have a hydraulic arm that grabs the base of the tree and it shakes it to get the nuts down. And when I say it shakes, it's not like the whole thing. It's just like thunk, and all the nuts fall down. And then they have like a glorified broom that sweeps it into the middle, and then you just have a thing that sweeps up the nuts that they all fell in the ground. Obviously, they don't do that with apples and all that, because you'd have a bunch of bruised up and ruined fruit. Are olives not grown in an orchard? They are, but their style of orchard is like the vine run along cable, not a grown-up tree. Because my understanding with olives is they can be grown in either form, where it's just shy of a tree, or like more of a vining bush kind of thing. I've never seen like olives in real life, but in the game they do grow it along a trellis. And that might be the difference between like black olives and the other ones. I don't know. what the difference is in those rules, because I had heard olives in trees before, but then in game it's a vine. I could also go for, you know, like tomatoes, capsicum style peppers in a field or whatever. You've only seen them on trees, but only online. Yeah, apparently there's like, vine might not be the right word. It might be like a bush that you can grow along the vine, because that's one of the things you can actually do. Is if you've ever seen, you grow tomatoes, you normally grow them, they're kind of like a bush, but you can grow a tomato tree, and what that is you usually have like, you have usually a rope that you weave the main base of the tomato on, and then you branch the tomato out to the extremities and all that. Tomato trees are cool. They're not actually a tree. They are still the bush plant, but it is one of those things you can grow it out and down. You also see people do that with various types of melons, which is, it's like really kind of a cool thing, because it protects them against like molds and mildews and pests, which is why you do it. But usually you wouldn't do that like, you wouldn't do that with like commercial farming. It'd be too much work. But for, you know, people doing hydroponics and private interest and all that, and it is just kind of a cool thing to ever, like, if you ever get the chance to see like a tomato tree, or, you know, a pumpkin tree or whatever. And like I said, it is just a vine you've grown up and over the top of stuff, and then you have the fruit hang down. Usually when you have the fruit hang down, though, a lot of those, like for the melons and that, they'll usually have like a mesh, so that it like sits in the mesh to keep it from being too heavy and falling off the vine. Yeah, strawberries are perennials. You have them as long as they are healthy, they'll survive the winter. Yeah, my understanding is they would like, when I say die, it would like the green part would die off the top, and then it would grow back the next year, so you don't replant it. For aeroponics. Is that what it's called, aeroponics? Yeah, you have lots of olive trees there. They're just regular trees. Yeah. Well, that makes me curious. There's like a difference between like, again, black olives. What are they? Camelot olives or whatever. I'm mispronouncing that, I'm sure. Like if they're different, because like I said, there's what is it? Pomegranates is one you can grow it as a tree or a bush. I hope they will do Orchards DLC or something specialist thing. Well, they always when they do their DLC, they do like a new variety of crop that usually has at least some difference in how it works. But I would love to see like a proper orchard, like proper tree style orchard. And again, I don't care citrus, you know, pears, apples, nut trees. I am very indifferent about what type of tree food we get. I just want the tree food. But yeah, I could also see like tomatoes and peppers and that. Which we do already have tomatoes and peppers in game now, but they're greenhouse goods. I want a lot of the greenhouse goods to have the option of the greenhouse good or a field version of them. Like it'd be cool to get like a bunch of the, you know, have a DLC that is lettuce, cabbage, like rhubarb. All maps can grow crops? Yes. There isn't a growing zone idea in the game. Like every single map, it snows in the winter. You can disable the snow, by the way. But every single map, regardless of if it makes sense, they do have a proper winter. So we don't have like for the US maps, it isn't like there's a Florida map where we don't have a proper winter. There isn't like, you know, a Michigan map where you have a very short growing season because, you know, it's getting pretty far north. We don't have anything like that in the game. I'm sure there's people who have mods to do all that stuff, but it was it like 19 that they added seasons? I want to say seasons was a fairly new addition to the game. It's not the bush tree growing thing. You don't know about that? Aeroponics is basically growing plants in a more or less closed plastic carrier structure with the roots inside. Oh, yeah. And then spraying them with nutrient-carrying mist. No soil or permanent water. It's apparently particularly good to do in towers. Yeah. Farming Simulator 22. Was it really Farming Simulator 22 was the first one with actual seasons? I thought it was 19. Man, I didn't realize that. What is that house you put the rice in? So that is the preserving thing. So that'll make stuff like, if you have flour, you'll... Season 19 was a mod in Seasons? Gotcha. But yeah, so that thing back there, basically I'm taking the rice and I'm making them, having them made into rice rolls. I could also make them into bags of rice. But the rice rolls I found to be more lucrative for the amount of time and effort, or whatever you want to say. Or rather, for the amount of rice, because I have it so I'm not quite giving it enough rice to let it run year-round. So I am being picky about what gives me the most bang for my buck from the rice. And I think, like, if I remember correctly, and we did the napkin math on that. I didn't thoroughly test that one like it did the earlier stuff I mentioned. That was, I just looked at the mark and said, okay, we've got the things. Okay, so you're on. You're collecting coal. You like the rice feature in Farm Sim 25? Yes, it's a very different crop. It's the first crop we've done. We've also talked about, like, before we knew all the crops and they're still teasing that the rice is new, I was hoping we'd get cranberries as well. And the reason why I was hoping we get cranberries as well is cranberries are kind of like the reverse of what you do with rice. My understanding is you grow the cranberries kind of like a normal crop at the beginning, but you flood it at the end. And that's because the fruit floats. So then you flood the field and you just kind of sweep all the berries off the top. So I thought it'd be pretty cool to have a cranberry bog. Because I think that would be a fun crop. But at this point, like, we'll see what they do next. I'm sure they're already months into effort of getting their next crops lined up. And every time I bring that, people are like, and then the spiders climb on you, because apparently the cranberry bogs are notorious for spiders. And unfortunately, one of the spiders they're notorious for is the Black Widow, which is a bad time spider. Yeah, cranberries are grown in swamp. Yeah, it was like, I remember is that was like very wetlandsy. So basically turn everything into the same rice fields, correct? So basically you make a field for rice, use a construction thing, and you draw it out, and it plunks it down. Farm Sim 19 added horses and John Deere. Gotcha. That's not as exciting. Like, horses are cool and all that, but of the animals in the game, the horses... They're kind of those ones like, whatever. We messed around and then we got all the achievements for Farm Sim 22, so we did that. Because I didn't start with Farm Sim 19, Farm Sim 22 was my first one. Which I very much enjoyed and played the living crap out of. It ended up being one of my most played games on the channel for last year. Cranberries, to be good, need to have some frost. Just a bit for them to easy pick up. Yeah. Well, that'd be a fun one, because if we look at our crops, one of the things that's nice is if we had more crops with more different seasons, it would be good. We have very little you harvest. Like, we literally don't have anything outside these ones down here that, I guess spinach you can grow that time. We don't have hardly anything you harvest in the winter part of the year. It would be good to get some of those crops that you do grow as you enter winter. Like, if I remember correctly with stuff like colored greens and all that, I want to say those are one that you harvest first frost. Or thereabouts. So it'd be good to get some crops that you have something pretty much year-round. Now that said, proper winter, I don't think we'd have anything you harvest, because I can't actually think of many crops you harvest in proper winter. But, like, for first frost on these maps, we would probably call that November. Would be about right. Because it'd be, like, late October. No. November? You want to grow spinach? Yep. Spinach is a crop here. It's by my math, one of the most lucrative crops right now. Like, we did the test, and, like, I did the test off stream, and ended up being one of the most lucrative crops so far as revenue. Carrots are pretty high up there. I have this all in the Discord. Let me pull it up again. So as people ask, I can actually give you the accurate numbers, because I keep forgetting them. So spinach was the second most profitable. Carrots were fifth most profitable. Is coffee a thing? No. Coffee could be a fun plant. Yeah, the spinach, you get to harvest it more than once a year is the magic behind it. But you learn from gardening for an old lady that carrots apparently grow really well, even in frigid winters. She would always have you plant them around October. 1 second. Have you plant them around October, cover with leaves, put black garbage bags over the top of them, and they would pull them out in April-ish, and they were always at least 9 inches long. Yeah, I've grown carrots here once. They only do okay where I'm at. It's a bit too hot for them. That's kind of one of the things you run into with Florida. You can kind of grow a little bit of everything, with some exceptions like apples. I mean, you can even grow apples here. They don't do well. So you can grow most plants in Florida. It's just there's a lot of plants that don't do well because of the heat. Then there's also a lot of plants, just because of the way it is here, and we get so much sunlight, that there's a lot of plants that the heat isn't necessarily a problem, but the sunlight itself is, so you have to go out of your way to, you know, give them a bit of shade.